welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Missing in Panama series. The disappearance of Chris Kremers and Lizanne Froon, and the alleged finding of alleged remains years after the fact. Episode 3. This is the local gang theory. The most comprehensive, exhaustive, deep dive on this case that exists in all of the interwebs, attempting to not fall for silly logical fallacies like everything in the mainstream and pretty much every other examination of this case and other cases. In typical MINDSHOCK fashion here, were locals responsible for foul play to these young women? And why the cover-up? Coincidence theorists hover around this case quite aggressively, hallucinating and pretending that no other fate could have befallen these girls other than simply getting lost. Even though there's a mountain of evidence, we've gone over many hours now in the first 2 episodes of oddities and anomalies and the sheer illogicality, because, I mean, there were searchers out there. I mean, I'll bring up all the maps and everything. I mean, the searches were exhaustive. Not to mention, this wasn't truly wilderness. There were houses and locals and back trails there. So if everything's above board and there are no nefarious locals, they would have definitely heard them. They would have seen them. They would have heard them. There's all these back trails that aren't official trails. And there's houses and everything. So clearly, they would have been found unless you would have to invoke something so insane, which I haven't heard any good argument made for how they actually were out there and not found. Now, some of the more plausible theories based on available and known variables are that they may have actually returned from their hike. Now, we're also going to go over this waterfall photo, which is not confirmed. This is not a confirmed photo. It's quite blurry, as you can see. These two girls, possibly other European girls, went swimming with these 2 locals. Now, they have never been identified, so they may or may not be Chris and Lizanne. Now, if it is Chris and Lizanne, now they have contact with locals who may or may not be involved in criminal activities, and we'll be examining all of this and more in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, and want to help keep up awareness in missing persons cases, cold cases, unsolved cases, allegedly solved cases that aren't actually solved. Obviously, all victims deserve justice. A lot of coincidence theorist scum out there trying to deny justice to victims. Imagine dedicating your time and energy to doing that. Like, people doing it. The so-called official subreddit on this case does that as well. And that's why I created a subreddit for logical discussion here, similar to the Maura Murray case. Missing in Panama subreddit, r/missing in Panama. So for anybody that wants actual logical discussion instead of sham moderators that exist on the so-called main most popular sub on this case, where these scum try to deny justice to victims. Now, are they intentionally protecting locals who they know were responsible for whatever happened to Chris and Lizanne? Or are they just these mentally disabled goofs who have nothing to do with their lives and they're just getting triggered? Because if they truly believe that these girls just wandered off and got lost and, succumbed to the elements in some fashion, even though their bones were, or their alleged bones were cut as if by a saw, why would they continue spending all this time and energy trying to shut down theories of foul play if they truly in their hearts believed they just, wandered off, whatever, end of story for them? But they're going to spend countless hours going into these triggered spirals, arguing with people that are promoting the use of logic and reason for true justice for victims? Yeah, very strange. There's this online activity in a number of, not all cases. I mean, probably not even that many cases, but a certain number of cases for sure. Maura Murray as well. But if you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel here, the Bruce McGuire channel, the home of MINDSHOCK. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Unless, of course, you're with us here live, drop them in the live channel. I'll try to get to all of them. And then you could also help support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. South to West in the chat says, this case attracts a lot of bootlicking authority worshippers. Yes, it does. Yeah, there's just something about certain cases that just bring these goofs out of the woodwork. And they never have. What's also kind of strange is, let's say some locals. So apparently the president of Panama had property in the area as well. I mean, there's a lot of shady stuff going on in this case. Very, very shady stuff. So, and obviously they're trying to protect tourism. I mean, this stuff's not rocket science, but some of these ghosts, like the mental capacity's just not there. It's just not there to comprehend these basics. Welcome, BB. Yes, I have been teasing this episode for too long. It's been months and months of compiling data that I am going to present here in the most comprehensive analysis of the case thus far ever. Now, I am going to play a YouTube video first, just as a quick recap, and also some body language and micro-expression analysis on Tour Guide F, and we're also going to examine familial connections between locals and what that might have to do with the case here. Welcome, Parmigiani. Also, hopefully Clark Reich joins us. Clark has spent time in the military in this area, knows the area very well. His insights were very helpful in the previous episode, so hopefully he'll join us shortly. So here is the clip from... It's a small YouTube channel, but this compilation was really well done. Let me make sure I get the channel name correctly to give full credit here. Also fair use from various clips from documentaries. And this is the Alternate Theories YouTube channel. I don't know if they re-uploaded it from somewhere else or whatever. I posted approximately 4 years ago. And obviously all the triggered goofs over at the Kremers Froon subreddit are just going to conniptions over this video at the basic logic brought up here that we're going to go over. And then I will continue into the analysis here, because there's so much to unpack here. I mean, there's so many pieces of the puzzle here. A lot of the goofs ignore all these pieces of the puzzle, but obviously if the case is not definitively solved and is so open-ended, no one really knows which piece could be these smoking gun here and solving this whole thing. I mean, you really have to look at all of the available information instead of cowering behind, oh, they just got lost. Just suspending all logic and reason, like the goofs love to do. Obviously, we don't do that here on MINDSHOCK. Parmigiani says, look at the reflections in the water, the color of the background, mix of things with the camera when I try to find the same red color in the reflections. Welcome, Rethink Inc. Also, we're going to be going over other local statements, and there's also a series of strange deaths of locals, and we will be examining the timeline there. I mean, there's just so much here that the gullible coincidence theorists, the mentally weak, who think they just got lost and that's the end of that, they're too terrified to actually examine all of the available evidence. Rethink Inc. This is the main MindShock channel now. I mean, pretty much, just about all of the podcasts have been re-upped. I'm sure, I mean, there's a couple more I have archived. I'll be getting those up shortly. But yeah, I believe just about the entire MindShock channel is on here, the Bruce McGuire channel. So I will go over this video here, and we will give our analysis on it. And then we will do further examination of the timeline, coincidental deaths in the area, string of deaths. Again, you don't necessarily have this with other cases. And there actually might be a smoking gun video that I was able to find, and I will release it here in this episode. So buckle up, folks. This is going to be a long one.
In 2014, two Dutch students In 2014, two Dutch students doing voluntary work in Panama disappeared after going on a local hike. Police found some of their remains scattered over a large area in confusing circumstances, and even more confusing, their possessions were neatly folded inside a backpack in the middle of the jungle.
Lesson Froon, 22, was described as an aspiring, optimistic, intelligent, and passionate volleyball player. Chris Gremmers, 21, described as an open, creative, and responsible individual. Both had grown up in Amersfoort. Froon had graduated with a degree in applied sciences from Deventer the previous September, and Gremmers had just completed her studies in cultural social education, specializing in art education at the University of Utrecht. Only a few weeks prior to leaving for Panama, Froon had moved in with Gremmers in a dorm room in Amersfoort, and they worked together at the cafe restaurant in Den Klinghap. They both saved up money for 6 months and planned to go to Panama together on a special trip to learn Spanish, as well as to do something of significance for the locals, particularly volunteering with children. The trip was also supposed to be a reward to Froon for graduating.
Lisanne Vroon en Chris Kremers gaan op 1 april via dezelfde weg naar boven. Ze vertrekken rond 11:15. Uit fotogegevens blijkt dat ze om 1 uur 's middags de top van de berg bereiken.
Maar eerst, er komt toch nog een nieuwe zoektocht naar Lisanne Vroon en Chris Kremers.
Lisanne Vroon en Chris Kremers zijn helaas nog steeds vermist in Panama.
De inwoners van Boquete hebben enorm meegeleefd met de families van Chris en Lisanne.
De autoriteiten in Panama zeggen alles uit de kast te hebben gehaald bij de zoektocht naar de verdwenen Chris en Lisanne.
Wat is er gebeurd met Lisanne Vroon en Chris Kremers?
We komen aan de maandenlange zoektocht naar Chris en Lisanne.
In Panama omgekomen, Chris en Lisanne werkelijk verdwaald in de jungle. We hebben nog steeds hoop op een goede afloop van de zaak. Sinds de vermissing van hun dochter en haar vriendin Chris zijn ze nu voor het eerst naar Panama afgereisd.
Worden de 2 Nederlandse vrouwen in Panama nu vermist, maar de massale zoektocht gaat volop door.
Suspected human remains and hiking boots found during the search for 2 young Dutch women.
In Panama, in het gebied waar eerder al een rugzak van de 2 vrouwen werd gevonden, zijn 2 verschillende schoenen en overblijfselen aangetroffen. De familie houdt er nu ernstig rekening mee dat Chris en Lisanne niet meer leven.
De ouders van Chris Kremers en Lisanne Vroon zijn er nu van overtuigd dat hun dochters in Panama zijn.
Dutch university students Lisanne Vroon and Chris Kremers had met while working in a cafe together in Amersfoort and moved in together shortly after. Lisanne, who'd been studying psychology, was described as thoughtful, intelligent and shy. Chris was a student of cultural social education. She was often described as extroverted, cheerful and outspoken. Both girls were avid users of social media and both kept diaries. After finishing their studies for the year, they decided to do some travelling, as young people often do, to take in some foreign culture and learn some Spanish. Lisanne had never travelled farther than Germany, while Chris had fallen in love with South America during a trip to Peru with her family. They decided on visiting Panama and doing some voluntary work in Panamanian schools, even raising some money to buy the children of the school some toys. The girls landed in Bocas del Toro and spent some time learning Spanish, enjoying the food and generally doing what most tourists do in a foreign country. Drinking, dancing, swimming, visiting the beach. When we travel, we tend to subconsciously gravitate towards things and people that are familiar. So when they came across 2 male Dutch travellers, they decided to spend quite a lot of their time in Bocas del Toro with them. They arrived in Boquete, ready to begin their voluntary work at the school, only to find to their disappointment that their plans at the school had been changed, and they hadn't been notified. They now couldn't begin on Monday as planned, despite receiving an email on Friday from the school confirming their appointment. Lisanne was particularly disappointed and sent her parents a text. The girls had arranged to stay with a local host family in Boquete for 4 weeks, a lady called Miriam Guerra, who hosted many international students over the years.
So a couple things jumped out at me again, just to go over this. I didn't really get this feeling, and we're just going off of intuition, make of that what you will, just studying this case for dozens and dozens and dozens of hours at this point. I mean, well into the well over 100 hours of time invested in this case. I've probably spent more time on this case than any other case other than Moore Murray, Avery, and Jean-Benet Ramsey, maybe. I mean, I spent quite a bit of time on Amy Mihalovic case as well, but, yeah, I mean, this, and the three missing women case, spent quite some time on that, but, yeah, this one definitely, in the past year or so, I've spent probably the most on this case in the past year. So, this, Miriam here in this house hosted foreign students frequently, so obviously, just jumping out here, I'm not sure she can be implicated directly because that would be way too suspicious. If she's hosted all these students for many years without a single issue, now there's an issue. The problem is, and I've laid out this problem before, everyone knows where they live. The tour guide, the school, this host family. Everyone knows where they are. So if someone did... Now again, I actually don't think that tour guide F, I don't think he intended and planned to harm them. Now, one of the theories is one of his family members possibly did, and he covered it up after the fact, because he actually visited their bedroom when they didn't show up for where they allegedly didn't show up for the tour. So there's motive, means, and opportunity for both harming them and a cover-up after the fact. But it just doesn't seem like tour guide F just decided he was going to harm them. Because everyone knows that they planned to go with him. And this Miriam and this, they hosted students in the past before without incident, as far as is known. I mean, maybe there was another incident, but it is not known. As far as all the information we have is that all of these students stayed at this house over the course of years without issue. Welcome, Beacon of Truth Tarot. The other thing, just looking at videos, because I didn't spend that much time watching videos of them, but in the beginning of this documentary here, he had some videos of them. It really does seem like they were, obviously they were outgoing with fellow countrymen, the guys that they spent the time with, and they were thoroughly vetted and investigated and rolled out. However, it seems like, okay, they were partying and having fun with those guys. Now, would they also do so with locals, and was that their downfall? They just didn't have enough of a guard up. I mean, that's kind of the impression I'm getting here. Just from just countless hours of studying this, that's the impression I'm getting, and there's too much funny business with the chronology of the photographs and the manipulation of the photographs and the possible staging of various artifacts and their clothing, etc., and the distances that don't make any sense and the timeline that doesn't make any sense. So it really seems like there's something happened, and then there's a cover-up after the fact to protect not just the tourism, but the implication of certain family members between certain people. And if there wasn't a string of strange coincidental deaths, that might not be enough. But, and we'll go over the strange coincidental deaths. Adding the strange coincidental deaths into the equation, now it really does seem like this was foul play with a cover-up after the fact. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just examining it with the available information. Obviously, the motto here on MINDSHOCK is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure.
Their home for the next 4 weeks had a private room for the girls with its own entrance and key. In interviews, Miriam described the girls as restless, probably due to the recent disappointments at the school. The first evening in the home was spent separate as Chris read a book in the bedroom while Lisanne spent time with Miriam. Even with limited Spanish, Lisanne was able to communicate that they needed suggestions as to what to do with their sudden abundance of time. Miriam suggested contacting a different school to see if they could accommodate the girls, but they had already done that. Miriam noted that Lisanne coughed a lot and hadn't been feeling very well. In subsequent days, the girls would be spotted entering the local pharmacy, lending weight to the idea that one of them, probably Lisanne, was a bit unwell. After bringing the girls breakfast, Miriam learned that they had planned to wander around Bouquet a little to experience the town and find their surroundings. Photos showed them out and around Bouquet on this day, and they returned to Miriam's before sunset. They'd spent the day arranging activities for the next week or so, beginning on Wednesday, April 2nd. This was confirmed by the language school with whom they'd originally booked the trip, as they also helped the girls book the activities. They had planned to view a local coffee plantation, a strawberry farm, and visit the volcano throughout the week. But they didn't make plans for Tuesday, April 1st, because this was the day that they were supposed to start their voluntary work. The Pianista Trail is an 8-kilometer hike, which starts in Boquete and ends at a summit, passing through dense forest jungle and through a cloud forest, which is named as such due to high levels of moisture in the air, which creates a hanging cloud in the area. The hike ends at 6,200 feet above sea level, and the hike itself requires the hiker to ascend 610 meters in altitude in the space of 2 miles. Upon waking, the girls posted on Facebook that they would be walking around Boquete, and sent a message to Lisanne's boyfriend Stefan to say that they were going for a hike. Despite the disappointment of the previous days, the girls had been in constant contact with friends and loved ones. They dressed in light clothes fit for a day walking in hot weather, and packed a digital camera, 2 mobile phones, 1 passport, some US dollars, a water bottle, and a medical insurance card. A taxi then picked them up and took them to the beginning of the local hiking trail known as the Pianista. According to the taxi driver, he dropped them off at 1:40 p.m. This would create confusion when compared with the timestamp on the girls' photographs later, however. Residents at the start of the trail had warned the girls not to take the hike alone, but the girls, after having spoken with the local guide the day before, felt confident that it wouldn't be an issue. Many international travelers visit this area and take this specific hike, and it's not regarded by hiking enthusiasts as being particularly difficult. They seemed cheerful, and they began their day's hike taking a local restaurant's dog named Blue with them.
When those backpacks were retrieved weeks later, they would be found to contain only a single water bottle, some snacks, a single passport, their phones, and a digital camera.
The photographs found on the digital camera in the backpack show 2 young travellers on a hike which they largely seem to enjoy. They are animated, smiling, and together. There is some confusion about the photos because the timestamp on the earliest photo states 6:03 p.m, which was then recalculated by Panamanian investigators to 12:03. This timing conflicts with the taxi driver's story about dropping them off at 1:40 p.m.
So, what does everybody make of this? I mean, we're going to go back to this taxi driver in the timeline because this is critical information. Yes, BB, the dog Blue is disputed. It is disputed to such a level, there's even a theory that they actually brought the dog back to the restaurant. We'll be going over all of that in this episode, as well as the locals, because the locals' theory actually accounts for many variables, and there's some overlapping individuals, including the taxi driver associated with some of the locals, who may or may not be pictured here with who may or may not be Chris and Lisanne in these waterfall photographs. But the taxi driver said 1:40. Now, do we even trust the recalculation? So they didn't change the time zone? How do we know that for sure? And then even if they did change the time zone, a lot of times there's glitches in cameras. I mean, how many people have set their cameras or TVs or whatever, microwaves or ovens? You set it to a certain time, but then there's some kind of glitch or lag, where a couple days later it could be off by minutes or even an hour or two. So, again, I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm saying it's kind of difficult to verify with 100% certainty that the timestamp is completely accurate. Now, that's not to say that the taxi driver was mistaken about his drop-off time, but it seems like taxi drivers have to really pay attention to times, right? I mean, it's kind of their job. So it would be less likely that the taxi driver was mistaken, unless he dropped off another couple. So there's some theories that there were 2 other girls who may or may not have resembled them, and we'll be getting into that as well. But yeah, no, it is curious that the taxi driver, that none of this makes any sense. None of this entire story lines up in any way. So obviously it's kind of problematic.
Investigators decided to recalculate the time by 6 hours under the assumption that the camera was set to the default time zone of Greenwich Mean Time because the camera is manufactured in the UK. But if it was set to default, then why would the date be correct? Photo experts have since looked at the photos of the girls and calculated based on the position of the sun and time of year that the time was around 1 PM. The girls took a few photos on their journey, each one reflecting the mood of the last. Happy. According to photo number 499, they reached the trail summit at 1:01 PM. Then, at 4:39 PM, just hours after they began their short hike, a call was made from Chris's iPhone. The number she dialed was the Dutch Emergency Services number, which when travelling internationally diverts to local emergency services. Almost 10 minutes later, Lisanne's mobile phone also attempted to dial emergency services. Neither calls connected. They then switched their phones off for the next 14 hours. Photos on their digital camera from around this time show a change in the girls. While Lisanne is rarely pictured due to holding the camera, we can see Chris in 2 photos with unusual expressions and body language. Gone is the excited and cheerful posture and expressions of just hours earlier. Most strikingly, every photo now shows the girls separate, and enough distance between them that it makes it difficult to even see the expression on Chris's face. While many of the photos shown before had shown them sharing a selfie together, in every single photo after this point, we would never see them share a selfie again, and we would never see Lisanne again at all.
I'm gonna also add here that this could be intentional diversion, obfuscation, and manipulation by the perpetrators of foul play if foul play occurred. Because we don't know. There are witness testimony. I mean, we're going to go over this, but some people believe that they actually returned from the hike and that something happened later elsewhere. So those calls, so again, let's be logical here. Let's not fall for false dichotomy logical fallacies or circular reasoning logical fallacies. We do not have verification that these calls to emergency, first of all, were done by them, although it might have been them. We don't have any verification that the calls were made from the trail, or that they correspond to the timestamps on these images of hiking. So we have to be really, really regimented about applying logic and reason here. These emergency calls could have been made from elsewhere, not on the trail. They could have been made from town. They could have been made at somebody's home. They could have been made anywhere. They could have been made way off the trail and not corresponding to the timestamps of them where they were supposedly on the trail. Let's just keep that in mind as we dissect all of this.
The following morning began a pattern of attempting calls to emergency services twice a day for the next 2 days. There was only one time when the call actually connected, 6:58 AM, April 2nd, when Lisanne's Samsung connected for approximately 2 seconds and then abruptly disconnected. It's unknown what the reason for disconnection was, but given they were hiking in the jungle, it's very likely it was due to poor network coverage. The phones would periodically be switched on and off between April 3rd, 4 p.m. until April 11th to search for a network connection. They never found one. Tour guide, referred to in the investigation reports as F, was said to have become alarmed that the girls did not meet him for the guided tour that they arranged the day before. He visits a language school at which the girls were supposed to begin volunteering to look for them. He speaks with an employee named Eileen, who says she has not spoken to the girls since the previous day. They both go to Miriam's house to see if the girls are home but find no signs of anyone being there. Miriam informs F that there is a spare key for the room in the garden, which he retrieves and opens the door to the girls' room. They spend 30 minutes in the room, with neither police nor Miriam present. Two French tourists make their way to the Il Pianista Trail and are told by a local not to enter the jungle because screams had been heard the previous night.
So once again, just to recap, so tour guide F spent a half an hour in their bedroom unsupervised by anyone. That's kind of curious, is it not? And of course, this story is curious. There were screams from two girls and a loud crash. Now, the coincidence theorists ignore all of this, but this, it really seems like this could be related to two missing young women. I mean, how much of a goof do you have to be to hallucinate that this is definitely not related? I mean, that's a special kind of goofery.
Tour guide F begins the search of the area for the missing girls and notifies the police hours later at 5 p.m. Chris's iPhone is switched on and emergency services is dialed. It doesn't connect. This is the last time that a call to emergency services is even attempted. Later in the day, Panamanian authorities begin a large-scale search and rescue for the girls. Mountain specialists are enlisted and the story is broadcast on the news. A helicopter is considered, but weather conditions don't permit. Lisanne's family arrive in Boquete to search for their daughter. Emergency services flies a helicopter over the jungle, which proves ineffective as the jungle is too dense to see anything. Flyers are also handed out to local tribes in the jungle area. 25 mountain search professionals and 20 volunteers continue to comb the area, aided by a helicopter. But high winds and cloud cover again make the helicopters not much use. Lisanne's Samsung is switched on at 4:50 a.m. to check for a signal and again at 5 a.m. Its battery is then empty and it never turns on again. At 10:50 a.m. Chris's iPhone is switched on to check for a signal. At 1:42 p.m. it is switched on to check for a signal again. Except this time, the incorrect security pin is used so the phone does not unlock. The language school in Boquete offers $2,500 reward for the lead which finds the missing women. This is a very significant sum in Panama. At 10:26 a.m. and 1:37 p.m, Chris's iPhone switches on again to check for signal. But both times, the incorrect pin is entered so the phone does not unlock.
And once again, I brought this up in the previous episodes. The signal checks are all done at approximately the same time every day. Like, what are the chances? What are the chances? So two things come to mind. The only things I can think of are, one, if they're being held captive somewhere, their captors have some kind of set schedule where they leave. But why do they have access to their phones unless they're hiding their phones or they weren't searched? I don't know. Or their captors are the ones using the phones to stage all of this, and the captors, so they also have some kind of set schedule, so they can only do this at certain times. Because what are the chances statistically if people are lost alone in the woods, that they're going to do signal checks at the exact same, almost the exact same time every single day. That doesn't make any sense.
Lock. Panamanian President Ricardo Martinelli goes on live TV to address the issue and assure people his country is doing everything it can to find the girls. Rescuers are now searching areas in which ropes and climbing gear is needed due to dangerous terrain. Around a dozen more attempts at using Chris's iPhone are made, but each time, the incorrect pin is used and the phone remains locked. Chief of the Rescue Services states that his team has extensively searched every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes and found no evidence of them whatsoever. He also states at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost, and that it's more likely something else happened.
So again, the actual professional searchers who were there, let me bring up a graphic here of the exact search routes, and I believe there were even more search routes than these. So you see in red here, these are the search routes. So they did search along the way, and then you have here some of the remains, the backpack, clothing, etc. up further. But they would have needed a lot of time to get there. So during most of these searches here in the red, even if we assume they ended up where the backpack and their remains are, alleged remains, again, there's some questions there, but with the testing of the remains, but either way, they would need time to get to thick jungle, especially if they were injured. So if their remains and the clothing didn't find their way there, and they were actually alive and made it all the way up, look at the search routes here in red. And this also does not include all the locals in the area who are constantly coming and going, and they have, you know, little huts or little homes there all along the way here. This isn't complete wilderness. That's what kind of leads me to lean heavily into some kind of foul play theory where they weren't even in that area. Now, if there weren't all those locals there, then yes, that would open up the possibility. But when people are constantly coming and going through the back jungle there, they would have heard them. They would have seen them. Not to mention all of these extensive searches. So the river does flow up in that direction. So if there remains, backpack, etc., flowed there, but again, there's also questions about that. On exactly, because supposedly they were found neatly folded, by whom, how, etc. But anyway, the searcher here is saying they're not in the area. Now, we don't have his record. We don't have this searcher's record. So we don't know exactly how good he is. But if this is a local professional, he swept the entire area extensively. He believes they're not there, and something else must have happened. Very interesting.
Every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes and found no evidence of them whatsoever. He also states at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost, and that it's more likely something else happened. Miriam Guerrieri also states that she does not think the girls are lost, because they had no plans to take long walks, evidenced by the fact that they didn't pack for a long walk. Conflicting statements are given when residents are interviewed again, with some identifying a red car near the beginning of the trail, and others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. One local resident, an American, states that the girls came back, and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi.
So this is major here. So the coincidence theorists, the devout coincidence theorists, they're maintaining that all these witnesses saw two other girls and not Lizanne and Chris that came back from a hike at that on that day around that time. But if these witnesses are not mistaken, these girls came back from the hike. Which means something else happened. According to Lammers, an American who lives near the path leading to the Pianista Trail spoke to the girls, encouraging them to take an easier trail instead, which is also fun. The travelers did this, but turned back soon as they were tired and wanted to go home. Lizanne and Chris then went to sit near the road at the hostel, spoke with the owner. Another man who owns a nearby shop saw them walk past. We are not 100% sure it was Lizanne and Chris, but it does seem that way. The travelers were described as two young backpackers who spoke English with an accent. After that, no traces left. Nobody saw them get on a bus or a taxi. Lammers says Boquete is a small town and a safe one. Lammers claims she never has to warn travelers of danger and people are not robbed on the streets during the day. 2 German tourists once got lost in the forest and stayed the night with an Indian before turning back the next day. That's interesting. Lammers does not believe the girls are still in the forest, as it has been thoroughly searched. She does not want to speculate further, however. That sounds like she knows something, or she thinks locals might be responsible. So there's actually an American who lives there near the path. That's curious as well. So if it wasn't them, I mean, you would think at a case of this magnitude, I mean, this isn't some obscure case now. I mean, this is getting international attention all over the news, etc. So if it were other 2 young girls who looked similar to Chris and Lizanne, you would think they would have come forward by now. Same thing with these women in the waterfall photographs. If it's not them, who is it? So are we to believe that this American who lives near the path was mistaken about seeing them? The hostel owner is mistaken, and another shop owner nearby is mistaken. We have 3 separate individuals citing what appears to be them coming back from the trail, pretty tired. So why would they go back in the trail again? I mean, this is kind of major here. Are we being asked to believe by the coincidence theorists that all 3 are mistaken? Which again, if 2 other young women with these English accents who happen to look like them, if they came forward and identified themselves, yeah, this was us that day on the same day, then yes, then we can explain these 3 separate sightings by 3 separate individuals. There actually might have been a 4th as well. Let's look at a map here of the immediate area here. So actually it looks like there potentially could have been 4 witnesses. So this is all near the trailhead. So all of these individuals claim to have seen them return. Now, if there's a mass conspiracy, why would these people be claiming, like, let's say something happened to them on the trail, so they're trying to say that they left the trail to cover for people who did something on it? That wouldn't make any sense, because the staging was them getting lost in the trail. So that wouldn't make any sense either. So why would all these people be lying? Now, the American that lives next to the trail, there potentially could have been 4 here witnesses. There may have been 4 witnesses who saw them come back. Why would the American be lying to cover for locals? She does not want to speculate further. Interesting. Beacon of Truth says, seems like these 2 girls specifically could not be mistaken for just any 2 girls. Well, again, if there were other 2 girls confirmed to have been in the area at the time, but there weren't, So we don't have that. This isn't like, I mean, it's popular in general, but there's not that many. I mean, over years, sure, but on that particular day, I mean, were there any other two girls, English-speaking girls with these accents walking around that looked like this? So far, nobody has provided any.
And asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi. All of these leads are ignored by investigators. It's on this night, after 7 days stuck in the jungle with no food, no water, and no hope of escape, that a series of 90 photographs are taken during the night by the girl's camera. Nobody really knows why these photos were taken. Were they trying to use the flash to navigate, signaling rescue helicopters or warding away animals? Were they photographing someone following them? Did the girls even take these photographs at all? Or did someone else take them to give the impression that it was the girls? Data released shows that 40 people go missing annually in Panama, with the last missing persons case in Boquete specifically happening in 2009 when Englishman Alex Humphrey went missing while visiting the town. Chris's iPhone is again turned on, and again the wrong codes are entered, leaving the phone locked. Reports state that girls bought large quantities of anti-mosquito products in the pharmacy on the day of their disappearance. Sadly, the CCTV footage which shows this is accidentally deleted. Chris's iPhone is again turned on, but again the wrong codes are entered at 10:51 AM. This time it stays on until 11:56 AM, when it's switched off for the last time. Authorities announced that they're stopping search operations and will now change the situation to monitoring.
I also can't help but think, who's the owner of the pharmacy with the CCTV? Are they related to the locals in the foul play theory, and that's why they deleted the footage, because the girls were not alone, or because maybe somebody was following them or watching them in the footage? I mean, it's always coincidental when the last CCTV footage is not presented or alleged to have been deleted. I mean, you have, look at the Delphi case with Keegan Kline supposedly hanging out at the Marathon gas station, and they couldn't get the security footage from the gas station? I mean, that's insane. Not to mention the Moore Murray case. Whatever happened to liquor store footage? Where's that footage? I mean, it's just pretty weird. Pretty weird.
The family increased reward money, stating that they feel a criminal offence took place. A tip is anonymously given that 2 skeletons have been sighted in an area called the Culebra. Betsaida Piti is now leading the team. Her predecessor specialised in rescue, whereas she is a specialist in criminal offences. This leads people to think that the focus has now changed from accidentally lost to foul play. 12 specialist Dutch sniffer dogs, who can track human remains buried in a river for up to 9 months, are allowed to search the area. They spend 9 days searching, but find nothing. A local native woman finds a backpack near a river. It's identified as belonging to the girls. Miraculously, all items inside are intact after spending 2 months in a dense jungle near a river and with constantly changing weather conditions, including heavy rain.
So let me just postulate this. Is it more likely that everything is just immaculate with their backpack and belongings, or was that backpack kept indoors somewhere and maybe the girls were too? Does that explain the variables better than these outlandish and preposterous claims of just magically surviving the river in those conditions? I mean, it's pretty wild stuff what the coincidence theorists believe blindly.
Inside are the girls' mobile phones, the digital camera, $83, the girls' bras and sunglasses, and an empty plastic water bottle. After searching the camera, police can now confirm the girls did visit the El Pianista Trail, something they could only postulate before. Officer Petey confirms that human remains have been located by local tour guide F near Rio Culebra. The remains include half of a pelvis, some pieces of tibia and fibula bones, and 2 shoes, one of which does not belong to the girls. Inside the shoe which does belong to the girls is an entire foot. Forensics state that the tightly laced boot could have preserved them this way. All the bones and fragments are found scattered over a fairly large area and are always found by locals. A pair of denim shorts is also found, with some people saying they were found neatly folded on a rock, whilst others said that they were found floating in the river. Forensic analysis confirms the bones of the foot as belonging to Lisanne, and the pelvis belonging to Chris.
Alright, perhaps this is the time for a major mind shock. Who thinks the shorts were not even hers? Let's examine this, because this theory kind of got my attention a little bit. Because at first glance, so these are the shorts. So at first glance, it appears, they appear to be identical. However, let's take a closer look here. Let's see if this matches what she's actually wearing. So the shorts that she's wearing in the photos don't actually have the rivets. I mean, this is the first major mind shock of this episode here. Look. Alright, let's get this image here. Give me a second. So these are the shorts that she's wearing. Are those the same shorts? It appears the shorts that she's wearing do not have those rivets. They are a different style. How's that for a mind shock? Because people were saying, like, it's just so outlandish for this mass cover-up, but what if there are different people covering up different things of various competency levels? Let's say a certain local or locals did something to them and got rid of them. And they don't have the original shorts anymore. Now they want to plant stuff really far away from wherever the crime actually took place. So they just find the closest thing to her shorts that they can. And did they ever even find any DNA on the shorts? Did they test the shorts for DNA? Why do these shorts look different than the shorts that she's wearing? And it appears that the distance between the seams are also different. I mean, this is all quite impressive analysis done on Reddit by various Reddit sleuths. I mean, look at their findings here. I mean, this is pretty interesting. Look at the width of the seam. It looks like it's double the size. That's quite curious. Yeah, look at the distance, the seam to the pocket here. Look at those added lines here. Seam of the pocket, seam of the shorts, and yet look at these. Interesting. Are these not even her shorts? Is everybody still with me here? Is everybody too mind shocked to comment on these shocking revelations? What does this mean? If these are not her shorts, what does this mean? And look at the distance between the loop. I mean, obviously they're crumpled here, laid flat. But it looks kind of weird. Look at the distance here also. Look at this. Give me a second here. Look at the distance here between the button and the edge, and then look at it here. The button is right next to the edge on the shorts that she's wearing, but on the found shorts, it looks like there's quite a distance here, almost double the distance. A lot of this doesn't add up here. This looks like different shorts. I mean, these look like different shorts. Also, the texture, I mean, again, if they've been wet for that long, but the texture also looks drastically different. Like, these found shorts look a little bit darker and faded, which I guess they would if they were out in the elements that much, but I don't know. It looks like they're completely different texture. Beacon of Truth says, this many anomalies is evidence of a cover-up. I mean, this is just shocking. This is shocking. Now, this stamp here that is highlighted here in the orange square, it looks like some kind of logo was removed, doesn't it? It's like they couldn't find her exact shorts because she doesn't have a logo here. So it looks like there was a logo here. They removed the logo and just hoped nobody would notice because they, you know, at first glance, the shorts are similar enough. But once you actually start looking at the width of the seams and the distances between the buttons and the edges and the seam, I mean, everything is different here. Huh. I don't know. These look like different shorts to me. Duck and Felony says those are not the same shorts. So people actually discussing this on Reddit, they say that these shorts are the found shorts are H&M shorts, and that's what the logo was, and the logo was removed to try to match the shorts that she was wearing. But these clearly appear to be different shorts. I mean, just all the distances and seams are all different. Quite substantially upon closer inspection. Obviously, from a distance, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to tell the differences from a distance. People actually found some shorts, because some shorts don't have the rivets. There's also the lighter wash shorts versus the darker. Someone actually found a pair of shorts, and they're both H&M, actually. So H&M actually has... So it's possible her shorts are H&M shorts, but they're a different style. They're a lighter denim, and someone actually possibly found the same, her shorts, like what kind of shorts that she was wearing. These are not the shorts that were found. Now, once you start putting all these pieces of the puzzle together, is that why, you know, some of the photos were manipulated? There's just different, and different people are doing the manipulation here to try to cover something up here. It doesn't seem like it's just a one-person operation. So these shorts look a lot more similar to the ones she's wearing. Might not be the same color, but the style here. There's no rivets. Yeah, no rivets. But the ones that are found claim to be hers. Look at these, I mean, the rivets. Look how obvious these rivets are. Right here, the rivet. But the shorts she's wearing appear to not have rivets, and appear closer to be these type. So these may possibly, actually I don't know if these are the exact shorts she's wearing. They might be. It also has this particular... They might be slightly different. But anyway, the point is, these are not the same shorts. Everything from the stitching, the spacing, and the rivets. These are not the same shorts. Duck and Felonies asks, how do they know that the remains were the girls? I went over that in the previous episode. Supposedly, there was quite a bit of testing done. But I don't know if it was 100% definitive. That's the thing. I went over it in the previous episode. I don't want to spend too much time on that here because we have so much other stuff to go over. But that's why I said alleged. It may... Whether it is or isn't, that doesn't mean that these shorts are the same. So there seems to be some kind of cover-up going on here. I mean, just be ready for the mind shocks, because they're not going to stop coming. I mean, there's so much here to go over. I mean, I don't want to make this episode 10 hours long, but we got a lot to go over. There's a lot coming, and we're going to attempt to connect a lot of dots here.
More bones are found by locals. Again, they turn out to belong to the girls. Kramer's Panamanian lawyer files an official complaint against the investigators stating mishandling of forensic evidence and a weak investigation. Jungle natives find some lower leg bones and a piece of rolled up skin along the Culebra River. It's worth noting that in jungle conditions and after 4 months, skin should have decomposed by now. The skin belongs to Lisanne. Panamanian prosecutor PT officially states the case as 2 girls lost in the jungle who were killed by accidental falling into the river, whose bodies were then physically smashed against the rocks, causing both death and the breaking up of the bodies. She uses X-ray analysis of the foot, which shows a metatarsal fracture, as the basis for this fall conclusion, also stating that some of the photos at night are taken near a cable bridge over the Culebra River, where some remains were found. The case is officially closed.
Okay, I don't remember this detail. So the school, they were supposed to stay at the school? I don't remember that detail. I don't see his receipt here, but this is a pretty well-researched video. I mean, everything he's said up to this point, I've seen numerous receipts for. We've gone over them in the previous 2 episodes from news sources or whatnot. I don't remember this detail. So the school completely messed up. Not only is they can't be there, but they were originally supposed to stay at the school. The school puts him in contact with the host family and the tour guide. So tour guide F offers them to stay at his ranch. Now apparently he's done this before, and although there were complaints, supposedly nothing criminal ever happened. So supposedly there were people who complained that he made certain comments or whatever. But I don't believe there were any criminal complaints or any other missing people disappearing from his ranch. If there were, this would be a completely different conversation, but yeah, that's kind of creepy. So, Ingrid Lammers, the owner of a Spanish language school in the same region, said that she thinks they were there and returned? That's kind of interesting. Here's a post of hers on Facebook, April 5th, 2014. This is the thing. The last moment they were seen is here around 1 o'clock at the school. After that, so that's curious. She's claiming they were seen at the school at 1. The taxi driver said he dropped him off at 1:40. And then all the timestamps on the photos don't match up. After that, we don't know anything. Today, I'm going around the neighborhood with pictures, talking to anybody to see if somebody actually has seen them getting in the direction of Boquete. From the school, you can get to Palmyra, Boquete, or David. We can't keep looking on the trails. We need to know more about what exactly has happened after 1 o'clock here. Very interesting.
One local resident, an American, states that the girls came back and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi. States at this stage that he feels the girls are not lost and that it's more likely something else happened. Miriam Guerri also states that she does not think the girls are lost because they had no plans to take long walks, evidenced by the fact that they didn't pack for a long walk. Conflicting statements are given when residents are interviewed again, with some identifying a red car near the beginning of the trail and others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. Chief of the Rescue Services states that his team has extensively searched every zone in which the girls could have been, covering 25 different jungle routes and found no evidence of them whatsoever.
Qué lamentable cómo se vaya a perder una muchacha por este sendero que era tranquilo antes. Que
nadie sabía que iba a pasar eso.
Y eso pone a la gente a pensar y mucha gente ya no quiere subir por ahí porque piensa que todas las veces que suben algo le van a pasar.
Nou, hier staan we dan, het begin van de Pianista Trail. Alle rugzakken en equipment uitpakken. En dan gaan we beginnen. Het is 5:30. Nou, we zijn nu ongeveer een half uurtje de Pianista op. Het wordt wat lichter. Dus we kunnen wat beter zien. En ja, dit is waar die meiden liepen. Ongeveer om 12 uur op 1 april. 5:15. We komen nu dichtbij het pad waar het bos, de jungle begint. We zijn even een kleine pauze aan het nemen. Maar hier is het pad nog erg makkelijk te lopen, dus we houden het nog wel even vol. We zijn nu ongeveer een uurtje onder de top van de Pianista. We hebben even een kleine pauze. Het pad is nog steeds erg duidelijk. En het is goed te doen. Ik kan er niet vanaf vallen hier. Maar we weten dat dat ook niet gebeurd is. Dus, oké. We zijn nu een kwartiertje onder de top. We moeten even wachten, want er komen koeien naar beneden.
We moeten van het pad af, moet je zeggen.
We moeten van het pad af. Er staan nog even de koeien voorbij.
Hey, ¿qué tal? Hola, Leo.
Hola.
Hola. Hola, novillo, pero. Oh, uy, 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 oh.
Hola. Voilà. Dat waren ze. Het is 8 uur, we zijn op de top van de Pianista. En dit is de plek.
So the people that think Tour Guide F is trying to control the narrative here, he says something in Spanish here. Did everybody see this? He says something right here. Don't say anything about. So he's telling this other guy not to mention something. Why would he say that? Huh. We had some lag. We should be good now. So yeah, there appears to be a few moments. Yeah, BB, we were just lagging a little bit. Everything should be good now. Nothing was missed. I stopped it here and I was just skipping around through the video. It appears that Tour Guide F, on numerous occasions, he appears to try to police what people are saying. Which is kind of cute. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Now, what else is kind of strange is, so Tour Guide F found the bones. So they had cadaver dogs out there that didn't find anything. And then somehow Tour Guide F found them. And now he's also policing what people are saying here during this documentary. Just give me a second here. I'm trying to piece a few of the things together. I mean, this is just... I don't think it's as simple as Tour Guide F, you know, killed them and covered it up. It just, that doesn't match the variables here. But he might know something, and he may possibly have had something to do with the cover-up. So yeah, apparently the direct translation here is not "don't say anything about," but "I told you not to tell them anything," with a suspicious, annoyed tone. So here the translation is don't say anything about, but a native Spanish speaker, I don't speak Spanish, if anybody here speaks Spanish, they can confirm this. Supposedly, Tour Guide F at this moment is saying in an annoyed fashion, "I told you not to tell them anything," as the parents of the girls are hiking through here. "I told you not to tell them anything." What does this mean?
We zijn nu een kwartiertje onder de top. We moeten even wachten, want er komen... Het is 8 uur, we zijn nu op de top van de Pianista. En dit is de plek waar ze, Chris en Lisanne, foto's van elkaar genomen hebben. Om ongeveer 1 uur 's middags op 1 april. Je kan ongeveer dezelfde positie zien. Chris stond hier bij die boomstam ongeveer. En achterna het open veld. Dat is nu bewolking, dus dat kun je niet zien. Maar dit is de plek waar om 1 uur die meiden foto's van elkaar hebben genomen. Dit is de top. Een open plekje. Van hier het pad weer verder naar beneden loopt.
Ja, dat is geen...
En dit is het pad waar we naar boven gekomen zijn.
This is a little one?
No.
No path?
No.
Dat is al niet.
I finish here.
Ja.
It's a step area.
Er is maar 1 pad wat je kan nemen vanaf hier. En dat is het pad wat nu op de camera te zien is. Dus we lopen zo naar beneden. Er is nog een foto gemaakt. Een stukje verderop. Oké, dit is top pianista. Je kan hier niet fout lopen, dit is het enige pad verder. Met goed weer, nou ja, dat was het begin april natuurlijk. Nou, we lopen nu naar beneden. Van de top van de pianista en aan de andere kant naar beneden. Maar je ziet, dit is het pad. Met allemaal rots omhoog eromheen. Dus het is wel duidelijk waar je lopen moet. We zijn nu op de plek waar de laatste foto is genomen, waar Chris op staat. Nou, ik zal de... Dit is de foto waar Chris op staat om 2 uur op 1 april. En dit is dezelfde plek. Het is duidelijk te zien aan de andere kant van waar het pad doorgaat. Ik kan nog steeds maar één kant op eigenlijk. Ja. Op de foto is te zien dat ze de beweging maakt. Ze staat midden op de rivier, op de rotsen. Dat ze doorgaan het pad op. Dat gaan wij ook doen. Als je dit pad oploopt, 2,5 uur later, hebben ze voor het eerst geprobeerd om een alarmnummer te bellen. Dus we gaan kijken of we daar kunnen komen en om te kijken van wat kan hier de reden zijn om een alarmnummer te bellen. We snappen er niks van.
We zijn ook niks tegengekomen.
We zijn onderweg in die 20 minuten. Het is één pad, je kan er niet afvallen. Het is helemaal omgeven door ja, rotswandjes zeg maar. Als je daar valt, dan val je tegen het wandje aan en loop je weer verder. Er is ook niks waar je in kan vallen of uit kan glijden.
En ze gaan niet van het pad af.
En de weg op hier, nou ja, is één pad. Je kan niet van het pad af. Je kan niet, er zijn geen splitsingen, er zijn geen andere wegen. Je kan alleen maar, als je het pad doorloopt, ja, dan kom je hieruit. En dat is het. En als je het pad door wil lopen, dat is ook helder, dan moet je daarheen. Er is ook maar één weg. Maar goed, het is dus nu, even kijken, 35 minuten vanaf de laatste foto. Dan ben je hier. Dus ja. Geen enkele rotswand gezien, niks waar je in kan vallen, niks waar je uit kan glijden. Het is een volstrekt raadsel. Wij denken dat tussen hier en de plek bij de rivier, waar die laatste foto van Chris is genomen, dat daar iets gebeurd is. Het volgende contact qua foto's was op 8 april op het pad. Dus als je daarvoor een dag of 10 zit, ja, kan niemand langskomen, maar die weet dan ook welke kant je op moet. Om gewoon weer terug te komen bij de pianista en in het boeket. Er is geen enkele twijfel over. Het is maar één pad heen en terug.
De enige...
Het is maar 11:15. We hebben al ruim weer even kijken. 1,5 uur gelopen. En we zijn nu bijna bovenaan op de volgende berg. En ja, we komen steeds meer tot de overtuiging dat ze hier helemaal niet geweest zijn. Het lijkt ons zo sterk. En anders maak je toch. Nou, dat is ook nog.
So what does everybody think here? I mean, it is kind of dark if Tour Guide F was responsible for anything. Either the cover, either whatever, or knows something. He's the one leading the parents here on this trek. I mean, what do you see in his face? Is it pain? Is it deception? To me, it almost seems like he doesn't want to be doing this for whatever reason. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, obviously with these camera angles. I don't know, man. If I had to just take a guess, I mean, I'm not getting the impression that this is some kind of murderous psycho. However, it definitely seems like he might know some things. He definitely looks like he might know something. And this is kind of hard to watch. I mean, look at the facial expression, just the amount of pain here. I mean, this is kind of hard to watch. I would like to know what the parents' impressions were. I mean, they believe that the girls never they didn't keep going. I wonder if their intuition, what does their intuition lead them to believe that there was some kind of foul play? They returned from the trail and there was foul play? And there's all this funny business with the timestamps and all this other, you know, the shorts and all that stuff. I mean, it's really hard.
Overtuiging dat ze hier helemaal niet geweest zijn. Het lijkt ons zo sterk. En anders maak je dat. Nou, wat ook nog opvallend is dat vanaf hier tot aan de rivier er geen rotsen meer te vinden zijn die we op de foto's hebben gezien. Met de oranje-rode kleur. Die zijn eigenlijk alleen te vinden in het stuk van de pianista naar beneden. Ja, wij komen eigenlijk tot dezelfde conclusie. Dat het weinig zin heeft om door te lopen. Als die meiden hier al ooit geweest zijn, dan geloven we het niet. Dan zouden zij nu ook het besluit hebben genomen om terug te gaan. Omdat het voor hun tijd een beetje 3:30 zou zijn dat ze hier aan zouden zijn gekomen. En ze weten hoe lang ze hebben gelopen. Dus dan zouden ze rechtsomkeerd hebben gemaakt. En zoals ik al zei, het pad dat hier is één pad, geen afslag. Je kan hier niet verdwalen. Ja, we gaan weer terug. Het is ons wel duidelijk eigenlijk.
Nou ja, wij geloven niet dat ze van het pad af is gegaan. Dat geloven we echt niet.
Nee. Nee, precies. Zo stom is ze niet.
Zo stom is ze niet. En je moet hier echt moeite doen om te gaan verdwalen. En dat gaan ze echt niet doen.
Nee.
Als ze wat gebroken zouden hebben, zouden ze zeker op het pad blijven.
Ja, en er zijn ook langs het pad geen steile hellingen of ravijnen waar je in kan donderen en daar dan niet meer gezien wordt. Het is goed om het zelf gelopen te hebben nu. Het hele stuk. En we zien met onze eigen ogen dat je gewoon geen kant op kan als je op het pad loopt.
Again, just my observation from this very limited footage, but it looks like Tour Guide F doesn't want to look the parents in the eyes. It's like he's always looking away. Did anybody else notice that? It's like he does a quick glance, but he doesn't, it's like he doesn't want to maintain eye contact with any of the parents. I don't know. Is this an innocent or guilty man? What is everybody's impression here? I just see him always glancing away from the eyes of the parents. Like, he looked in the cameraman's face a few times, like, especially in this clip right here. Like, they're talking. He'll glance in their direction, but it's like he doesn't want to maintain eye contact with the parents for some reason. Like, he'll glance and then he'll always look away. Almost like he's curious as to what they're thinking, but he just doesn't want to maintain eye contact. Is that the behavior? I don't know. I'm just not getting... Again, this is just my read here. I'm not claiming it's true in any way. I don't think he killed them. It seems like he either is... If this local gang theory is true, I'm not claiming it is, but if it's true, Is he covering for a family member, or was he threatened himself and he's going along with this against his own will? And this is simply guilt and shame, and he can't look them in the eyes.
En dat gaan ze echt niet doen.
Nee.
Als ze wat gebroken zouden hebben, zouden ze zeker op het pad blijven.
Ja, en er zijn ook langs het pad geen steile hellingen of ravijnen waar je in kan donderen en daar dan niet meer gezien wordt. Nee. Het is goed om het zelf gelopen te hebben nu. Het hele stuk. En we zien met onze eigen ogen dat je gewoon geen kant op kan als je op het pad loopt.
Het enige wat je doet als je denkt het wordt te laat, dan draai je om en dan ga je terug.
Precies.
En dan kan je best halverwege stranden,
ja.
Maar dan nog blijf je op het pad.
Blijf je op het pad, overnacht je daar, hoe dan ook. En dan gaan we verder.
Ja.
Tja, als ze wel terug zouden zijn gelopen, terug de pianista over, dan zouden ze om 4:30 van de eerste noodoproep ongeveer hier geweest kunnen zijn. Het is wel een beetje overplek, dus in die zin zou je kunnen proberen om een oproep te doen. Ik heb hier zelf ook geen bereik. Boven de pianista wel.
Also, again, just to reiterate, I mean, these locals with cows, etc., they're coming and going all around this trail. So whether they got lost, whatever the case may be, they would have encountered other people. So unless those other people did them harm, I mean, just the more you look at all this information, it seems like they really did come back. Unless we're just going to discount all those witness statements. But let's keep going here.
Nou, op een gegeven moment was die heel constant. Vanaf de plek waar wij het verst gekomen zijn vandaag, is er nog 2 uur lopen tot aan de eerste kabel van de rivier. 1 uur van het punt waar wij zijn geweest.
Does anyone know who this guy is? I don't know. Something about this guy looks a little strange. I don't know why. Just posture, facial expression. I mean, look at his expression here. It's a little bit strange. I wonder if anybody knows who this guy is. Is this a relative of Tour Guy F? Is this one of these guys? I don't know.
Is een noodoproep gedaan. Dus kon ze onmogelijk nog al bij de rivier zijn.
Tell me about this Canista trail. Is this a trail where you can get lost easily?
Uno solo. Only one. There's no way to get lost. You actually don't need a guide.
What about the official story from the Panamanian government that they fell from the Monkey Bridge and their bones were washed downriver?
When you're looking at the Pianista Trail, there are little farms everywhere. There's no way not to be noticed up there. You're actually passing through people's backyard.
Okay, so I don't know how much of this is rumor, but here we go. So we're getting into the major mind shocks here. So tour guide F's first son is supposedly part of a gang. Supposedly frequents Bocas del Toro, where the girls were previously. So did he meet or see them earlier and was familiar with them? So another rumor is that while he was drunk, he told somebody he ran into the girls at the pharmacy, and then magically the CCTV footage is deleted. Supposedly he likes foreign women. Supposedly people saw him in the area when the girls disappeared. Okay, so let's get to the mind shocks and coincidences here. So Jorge Rivera Miranda is a friend of tour guide F's first son, and his mother owns the pharmacy where the CCTV footage was deleted. And he's found drowned April 4th, 2015 in shallow water. One of several mysterious deaths. So, hold on a second here. So, the tour guide is Feliciano Gonzalez. His son is Henry Gonzalez. Jorge Miranda is Henry Gonzalez's friend. The taxi driver who dropped them off is Leonardo Arturo Gonzalez. So different Gonzalez. He's got the accent over the A. So the taxi driver claimed he witnessed Henry Gonzalez and Jorge Manuel Murgas in the Pianista area April 1st. This taxi driver that brought the girls to the trail is found dead. March 3rd, 2015. 8 months after the girls' remains were found. I mean, the trail of bodies of people associated with tour guide F's son and this gang and the taxi driver that dropped off the girls. I mean, this coincidence stack is getting stratospheric. I mean, the coincidence theorists, I mean, I don't know how they're coping here. The other issue is with some of these locals, there's a lot of unsubstantiated information, and a lot of these names, like Cesar Castillo, are pretty common. So Cesar Castillo was a climbing instructor that was in the area when Leonardo Arturo Gonzalez drowned. He did not see the incident directly, saw Leonardo's floating corpse afterwards. He said that there was no head trauma or reason for him to have drowned. He believed Leonardo was murdered. Now, apparently another person named Cesar Castillo was found dead near Panama City April 8th, 2018. In yet another coincidence, Osman Valenzuela disappeared 3 days after the girls were missing. He was found dead from drowning in Chiriquisito River. Also was part of the gang. It was discovered that he had met Chris and Lizanne. The swimming photo was discovered on his phone by the police after his death. His body was found in a river located between the districts of Boquete and Gualaca. I mean, the coincidence stack here is just absolutely stratospheric. Also, Jose Manuel Murgas, who worked with Osman, was killed a year later in 2015 in a hit and run, also part of the gang. After he died, Henry Gonzalez, tour guide F's first son, wrote on Facebook that Jose was his little soul brother. His body was found on the side of the road near Boquete to Dolega, near the entrance to the Caldera district. And Murgas was sighted with Henry by the taxi driver. And this guy also ends up getting killed, who also worked with Osman, who got killed. Is everybody following here? I mean, we'll get to more receipts in a moment. But is anybody else's head spinning here? I mean, this is all very, very difficult, but supposedly, again, according to this local info, Heriberto Gonzalez is in a conflict with the Sabrison family, who owns the El Sabrison restaurant in Boquete where the girls had brunch. Yeah, I mean, this is all pretty tough. Another receipt here, I don't know if he's going to go over this in this documentary here. RTL Late Night, October 1st, 2014. Chris Kremer's father said that there was the DNA of an unknown person found on the backpack of Chris and Lazanne. And he said that he and his wife do not believe that their daughter and her friend Lazanne got lost in the tropical forest of Panama. According to them, 2 forms from the Panamanian authorities state that Chris and Lazanne were kidnapped. La Estrella newspaper also said that there was a fingerprint on the smartphones of the women that were in the Panamanian database, but no other info was given. So that's curious. That's very, very curious. Let's continue the tangled web here of this local gang. I mean, the strange deaths just don't stop coming. Lee Zeltzer, who helped interview locals, apparently he died, supposedly, suspiciously, But there's quite a few suspicious deaths here, because even Octavio Calderon, he was a criminologist working on the case. He died mysteriously as well. He's the one that stated that Chris and Lizanne did not die due to accident, but they were murdered because of the phosphorus found on the remains, where he stated that fertilizers or chemicals were used on them. He stated, so this article is on laestrella.com, local newspaper. Nothing indicates that they were near water besides two bones from different parts of the body of two different people. Never just end up washed on the same sandbank together. This shows that someone placed them there. There is no other possible reason. The way in which the ankle and bones have been found could indicate that he is a young person who is inexperienced in these types of situations, an amateur improvising once presented with obstacles. And so this guy passes away mysteriously. This expat who investigated and interviewed people passes away mysteriously. All these people associated with the gang, the taxi driver that dropped the girls off gets murdered. I mean, just the trail of deaths in this case is astounding. I mean, this is like a Hillary Clinton situation. Yeah, the case of Eileen Wideck is also a little bit suspicious. She's a German woman that lived in Boquete who worked for tour guide F, was an assistant hotel manager. She went with tour guide F to the girls' house on April 2nd when they failed to show up for a scheduled hike. Eileen assisted tour guide F in notifying the police about the disappearance soon after she left Boquete and returned to Germany. It's unknown how much she knows, but it's rather suspicious why she left Boquete so quickly. Yeah, it doesn't state here how long she lived there, but if she lived there for a really long time and, you know, made the permanent move and then she just goes back to Germany as soon as this happens, that's a little weird. So how many Gonzalez's are there? Because Lorenzo, a local guide, saw the girls on the trail the day they disappeared. On April 2nd, he reportedly told two French tourists not to walk the Pianista because he heard screams coming from the mountain the night before. So is this a case of he didn't know? So if he is family to tour guide F or some of these other local gang, maybe he didn't know that they were responsible for the girls, so he was just saying that, and then maybe later he either did or didn't find out that his own family members or these other people were responsible for this. So he really was being a good Samaritan at that moment. But yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
Expedientes Nets investigó el recorrido de Lisanne y Chris ese lunes. La mañana había estado soleada y cerca del mediodía, el primer registro de su presencia se da en el sendero de Alto Lino. Aproximadamente eran las 2 de la tarde, cuando el dueño de la casa de Pedro las ve. El testigo que prefirió hablar fuera de cámara nos contó que las vio llegar y le preguntaron si ese era el sendero del pianista, pero él les contestó que no, que era el sendero Piedra de Lino y que este era muy bonito porque se podía ver Boquete entero. Las chicas, refiere el testigo, ingresaron al sendero de Piedra de Lino y como 15 minutos después las vio bajar, por lo que les preguntó si habían subido y dijeron que sí, pero el testigo... Otro testigo que las ve estaba en la tienda Nelita. Eran las 3:30 y cuenta que una de las chicas se veía enferma.
Me encontraba aquí en esta tiendita atendiendo a los clientes, pero en el momento yo estaba, eran como las 2:30, 3 de la tarde cuando las muchachas bajaron, sí. Pero una sí bajó, la más gordita que iba en una licra negra y la otra la alcancé a ver pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho. Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
Dando planta. Y yo estaba aquí cuando la chica pasó.
¿Cómo sabes que era la tuya?
Bueno, porque, andaban dos muchachas juntas, se fue. Entonces, cuando, entre 3 días, viene el guía que es Feliciano González, viene, me pregunta y me trae el foto, ahí donde que me di cuenta que era ella lo que había yo visto.
¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Does anybody find this strange that this local woman... See, her expression is completely different than the first guy. I mean, look at the first guy here. He actually seems honest and forthcoming. I mean, he doesn't seem like he's hiding anything. He seems like a nice guy. I mean, I don't know if you heard like a kid in the background, if he's a father or whatever. I don't see any deception here. He seems like a nice guy. Now, on her face, she is saying that she immediately knew the girls were missing as soon as the tour guide F came up to her. I mean, is it simply intuition? Like she read I mean, why was she so convinced that these two particular girls had gone missing before anything was said to her? Did she see something else, like perhaps other individuals following the girls or something? Or one of the witnesses said that they saw the girls leave in a red truck or red vehicle. similar to the Maura Murray case. Did she see that as well, and that's how she knew?
Estaba aquí cuando la chica pasó.
¿Cómo sabes que era las dos?
Bueno, porque, andaban dos muchachas juntas, se fue. Entonces, cuando, entre 3 días, viene el guía que es Feliciano González, viene, me pregunta y me trae el foto, ahí donde que me di cuenta que era ella lo que había yo visto.
¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Bueno, como yo estaba aquí, yo no reparo la persona, bueno, solamente veo la cara porque ella pasó y me dijo.
¿Te saludaron?
Sí, sí. Y entonces no reparé más, no reparo porque este es un sendero de los turismos.
¿Iban solas?
Solo, sí.
¿Viste entrar algún carro o algo?
Bueno, eso sí, no.
Iba a oscurecer.
Wow, that interview got cut off so fast as soon as she said she saw them enter a car. So they walked alone, but then she saw them enter a car. Did you see them get into a car? Yes, I did. And the interview cuts off.
Iba a oscurecer más rápido que en otras ocasiones porque el día estaba feo. Así que ese fue mi pensamiento y se lo hice saber a mi esposo que estaba ahí conmigo. Pero al día siguiente nos enteramos pues que se habían extraviado. ¿Algo más que usted viera y que le llamara la atención? Me llamó la atención que llevaban un pantaloncito corto, que iban para la montaña, que hacía frío y que la maleza le iba a lastimar las piernas y el frío les iba a morir. Lorenzo es guía de turismo y conoce todos los senderos de Boquete. Fue el último testigo que las vio.
Bueno, yo vi dos mujeres, dos personajes, así como dos mujeres, pues, pero yo estaba muy lejos de donde estaban.
Y cuando usted las vio, ¿ellas hacia dónde iban?
Bueno, iban casi de espalda, hacia allá, hacia...
What about the official story from the Panamanian government that they fell from the Monkey Bridge and their bones were washed downriver?
No way.
This area also has a bit of a reputation.
Yes, I know.
There are other people who have gone missing here, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's hundreds of cases like that.
Tonight, a special Tuesday edition of 48 Hours, new developments in a deadly international mystery. Yvonne Baldelli vanished from a tropical Panamanian island in 2011.
Latest on the mysterious death of a young American tourist in Panama. Catherine Johannet's body was found on a hiking trail.
This morning, Panamanian authorities are speaking out on the mysterious death of 23-year-old American.
The alarming headline involving an American woman on vacation in Costa Rica. Authorities say they have now found the body after she disappeared and that this was murder. Authorities today identified.
Tonight, missing in Costa Rica, a mystery that remains unsolved after a Tampa man disappeared on vacation.
In this developing story, heartbreak for a Westchester family tonight after learning the tragic news of their missing loved one. Catherine Janet of Scarsdale disappeared in Panama Thursday after reportedly leaving her hotel room to go backpacking. Her family says it was told yesterday that the 23-year-old's body was found.
Una fosa donde se encontraban 7 panameños, 7 indígenas que fueron maltratados, fueron golpeados y fueron asesinados. Y se estableció como una de las causas de muerte golpes contundentes y definitivamente tenían otras lesiones que evidenciaban que habían sido maltratados, golpeados con objetos punzocortantes.
In December 2010, Barbara Strunkova vanished while living in Costa Rica.
did.
So these are the photos that we have.
Estas son las fotos que tenemos.
Okay, so this is the river. Yes, you saw these?
Había visto esto. Esta es la suya. She says that's up in Pianista. Miren on the other side.
On the other side of where?
Oh, the divide. He says it's on that side. It's on their side.
He's saying that is on the Buquete side of the Continental Divide. Oh, I just want to get this super clear. This photo is not taken on this side of the divide.
Esta foto no es tomada de este lado. No.
The official story is that the girls hiked the Pianista Trail to the Continental Divide and then continued onto the Serpent Trail and then died at the Monkey Bridge. But Louise knows these trails better than anyone, and he says without a doubt that this photo was taken hours after the girls reached the Continental Divide and shows them hiking on the Pianista Trail back towards Buquete.
Otra de las situaciones que pudiéramos estar enfrentando y que no se puede descartar.
So again, for the coincidence theorists, this is the head searcher stating that they're not on the mountain. He would have found them. He said they may have been physically attacked and taken to another location, which would prevent us now from locating them. So all the goofy coincidence theorists without the mental capacity to properly assess these variables are hallucinating. All the local witnesses are mistaken. The head of search and rescue is mistaken. Everybody is mistaken, and they somehow magically got lost, got hurt, and then weren't found by all of the countless locals walking those trails and other trails that you can't even see that crisscross the main trails. They just couldn't find them. Oh, Clark. Clark is in the chat. I have traveled extensively there. I have lived in the jungle there for weeks on end. You missed quite a lot, Clark. You missed quite a lot, but we still have some to go over here. One second here. Let me double check something. So BB asks an interesting question here. Only one of the two were wearing short shorts, according to the old lady. She said one of them was wearing shorts. I mean, both of them were wearing shorts, supposedly. Although I suppose it's possible from a distance it could look like a skirt. Unless they were saying one of them was wearing jean shorts. I mean, obviously the language barrier could be a little bit tough. So, do these look like shorts or a skirt from a distance? I mean, they're both wearing pretty short shorts, but yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question as to the differentiation of the type of shorts. Huh, that is a good question. I mean, yeah, that's a good question, BB. BB said her comment was they weren't dressed appropriately for a long hike. Yeah, I guess most people wear pants, right? Because of ticks or whatever.
Que pudiesen haber sido agredidas y trasladadas a otro sitio y después ocurrir otras acciones que hasta el momento impidan su ubicación real.
De ser cierta esta hipótesis, para concretar la acción, se debió utilizar violencia o intimidación para someterlas. Debieron participar más de una persona. Debieron participar más de una persona. Más de una persona.
I wish you all the best for the rest of your lives and stuff. I'm really going to miss you.
Okay, before we get to part 2 of that documentary, let's break down this photo here. So, well, let's look at the map first. So this photo is taken in an entirely different area. So, oops. There we go. So this photo, there's quite a few different waterfalls too. There's a volcano, there's the Lost Waterfalls here. Supposedly the screams were heard by a local on the 5th day, and 3 men were seen running away from the area around the Lost Waterfalls, which is also where a plastic bag, a shoe sole, and a hair were found. So the Pianista Trail is in this other, is in the other direction. This is Boquete, Spanish by the river, Miriam's house. Now the Caldera Hot Springs is the area of the photo, and the Rio Chirique Nuevo, that's where some of the other people were found. But it also appears that some of these night photos could have been taken in El Rio Encantado, closer to Alto Boquete, and this is where the swimming photo was taken, which may or may not have been the girls. So just so everybody gets a layout here. So this is the layout of potential locations. So now, let's break this down. Just 1 second here. Okay. So let's dissect the photo here and who this could be in the photo. Clark says that supermarket is also the local bus shop transit center. My father-in-law warned me when we were there that it was very dangerous for gringos there. Yeah, Clark, you're gonna have to watch this episode back for all the details. So here's a post by Clarissa on the highly controlled and sham subreddit Kremers Frun. Obviously, for any logical discussion, make sure to go to the Missing in Panama subreddit, run by yours truly for logical discussion, where sham moderators don't shut down logical discussion. The only thing that is confirmed about the swimming photo is the location. Identities for those featured in the photo often suggested are Chris Lizanne, Osman Valenzuela, and Jose Manuel Murgas. If this was true, that would mean all 4 people in the photo died within a year, including Osman very close to Chris and Lizanne. The photo is rumored to have come from Osman's phone, and while the date is not confirmed, one often quoted is on or around April 1st. An April 1st date could contradict the camera phone timeline. The swimming photo is therefore interesting, as unlike some other evidence that contradicts the camera phone timeline, it should, at least in principle, be verifiable. If not, the identities of the people, at least the camera and date, even though, of course, the information has not been confirmed to the public. I will initially give my thoughts on the IDs of the girls in the photos, but I'm mainly interested in what is verifiable about the photo, so most of the post is looking at different aspects of the info surrounding it, in particular things which might make it potentially important to the case, and trying to find the source for each. As the photo was made public by Juan, there is quite a bit of information from him here, quotes from his videos and comments on his albums. I'm sure a lot of this will already be known to people that are more knowledgeable of the case and have been here for much longer than I have. I have not been through all of Juan's video or all of his comments. I'm sure I will have missed things, so please add this in the comments. So Juan said that this photo was sent to him in November 2019 by Canadian researchers. Don't know who they got it from. So we don't even really have a verifiable date here on this photo. But it is curious. It's definitely curious. So, thoughts on IDing the girls in the photo. Just looking at the photo, I have no idea if it is them. The figures look broadly consistent with them. The faces are too poor quality to really make anything out of it. However, one of the girls does appear to have red hair, which would obviously be consistent with Chris, and is presumably uncommon in Panama. It looks red in the image, but I'm not sure if that's due to the poor quality or there's a false reddish color in other places. I wonder if it's possible it could be blonde. Comparing the arms of the dark-haired girl to those of the guys in the photo, maybe this girl is perhaps not skinny enough to be Lizanne, but this could also be due to the poor quality of the photo. Yeah, I mean, it's really impossible to tell anything about the quality from the photo. I mean, it's just such a bad quality photo. I wonder how much AI enhancement could help here, but when the original source is that degraded, I'm not sure. It is not possible to tell skin tone. It's possible they could be from Northwest Europe, but given the skin color in the photo looks very similar to the guys, they could be locals, although the fair hair girl would have dyed hair in that case, I guess. I do struggle to see how people can be so convinced from their appearances that it is the girls, particularly with the dark-haired girl. Imagine a significant fraction of the girls in the Boquete area of similar age could be made into her. I mean, let's look a little closer here, though. Oh, it's so difficult. It is so difficult. I mean, it is consistent. It definitely could be them. It could be. There's nothing here that is firmly in the opposite direction of it being them. Date of the photo. I could find no source for a date that was suggested to originate from the source that sent the photo to Juan in the first place. Scarlett's blog says the swimming photo is not dated. The date I often see most quoted is the 1st, April 1st, but all I could find on this was speculation, saying this could be possible, this would make sense. I have not found anything at all to suggest that the image was taken while the girls were in Boquete. It appears that these dates on or around April 1st just come from working backwards after it was assuming it was the girls in the photo. The 1st of April is chosen because of either 1, the fact that the girls did not mention it in their diaries, or 2, that date could be the one that would indicate they returned from the hike. From the videos I watched and the comments I looked at, Juan does not appear to claim that the Canadian researchers that sent the photo indicated a date for it. Please correct me, though, if there's any source. View of the families and authorities. I could not find anything direct on this, but according to Juan, Dutch Public Prosecutor's Office ruled that the photo wasn't authentic back in 2014. Well, that's kind of weird. So he thinks it's a fraudulent photo? Like, what if it's not even them? Like, why would it be a fraudulent photo? That's kind of weird. I mean, also, I would like to know about this motion of, like, what is this? The peace sign? Is that something locals do, or do they never do that? And it looks like the guy with the hat or whatever, is that hat intentionally kind of low on his face to hide his identity? I mean, the quality's just so bad, though. Now, there is the rumor that 1 or 2 of the gang members who died actually had this photo on their phone. So we'll see if that can be verified. But let's get through this Reddit post first. And how would they rule it wasn't authentic? That's kind of weird. The journalist of my article, Carlo Williamson, just said that he was in touch with the Kremers family. Back in 2014, this photo's research, they said the identities of the girls have been retrieved without specifying anything. The Kremers now claim they know the identities of the girls on the picture, but they are lookalikes, and deemed this photo a fantasy, after which they forbade the journalist of my article to ever publish about the case again. See, that's kind of crazy, because that means, but this is not a first-hand claim. So this is a claim, this is a second-hand claim or third-hand claim that the Kremers know the identity. So there's conflicting sources here. So the authorities said that it was fake, and then now the Kremers are claiming that they know the authorities of the girls in the photo, but they're just lookalikes. So either they never said that and it's damage control, or could they have said that because they know that it is them and they don't want to compromise evidence in a case? So if they know that it's them, that would make the other individuals here suspects. Or if they really do, if this photo really is completely unrelated, I mean, why would they be so adamant about never being asked about it if it's just an innocent explanation? Oh yeah, we were in contact with these people. This was them. They provided evidence that they were at that location and whenever, and they provided evidence of the men in the picture, and it's all nothing, not related. So that's kind of weird. Juan did make what could perhaps be interpreted as an insult attack on Hans in the same post as some of the quotes. I'm not sure how accurately he's portraying exactly what the Kremers family said here. Juan also mentions in the video that the public prosecutor's office confirmed to me weeks ago they declared it not authentic. But then they say, surprise, surprise, they even researched who was in the picture. So that was the only police work done. They researched two vague figures, and they could even find out who these two girls were, so it didn't say the pictures. Yeah, that's weird. If the picture's not authentic, how are they verifying all the identities? So the photo was allegedly found on Osman's phone. Just after publication of the swimming photo, in Juan's video, Chris and Lizanne 2019 all figured out, he states, quote, the new mobile phone picture, which is maybe perhaps from the phone of Osman Valenzuela already in 2014, they said he had two pictures of Chris and Lizanne on his phone, which is why he had to die. That was the rumor. But I don't want to speculate about the rumors anymore. I'm not sure where Juan got the claim of two photos of Chris and Lizanne being on Osman's phone from, but it might be related to a quote from a post on a Dutch forum in 2014. Quote, my contact in Panama told me 1 month ago that according to his friend at the DIJ, the Panamanian investigation, two photos were found in the mobile phone of the drowned 22-year-old Osman Valenzuela boy. One photo from a blonde-haired girl and one from a red-haired girl. The same forum member apparently later stated, quote, I checked the email once more, and my contact in Panama wrote that it was a photo of Osman and the two girls with blonde red hair. The DIJ have the cell phone with this photo in their possession. If that is the case, a post on a forum suggesting Osman had a picture of two girls with blonde red hair on his phone appears to have turned into a rumor that Osman had two photos of Chris and Lizanne on his phone. A comment from Juan from the early 2020, Dutch Public Prosecutor's Office ruled this photo wasn't authentic back in 2014 already, but I think it is. And it could have been taken on April 1st after the Pianista hike. Yes, it isn't mentioned in their journals. Maybe it was shot by the mobile phone of one of the guys with the hat. Osman Valenzuela. So that means there was at least another individual. So who's taking the photo? So it's the two girls. There's two guys in the photo, and then whoever's taking the photo. Clark says, my in-laws own property about a half a mile from Pianista. My sister-in-law was engaged to the chief of police's son at the time. I have been there several times. So I forgot if I asked you this. What do your in-laws think about this case? Clark. A further comment from Juan regarding whose phone the swimming photo was from. We don't know if it is from the phone of Osman, never returned to his mother, or someone else. So here's a photo of Osman. So again, I mean, the quality's so bad in this photo, it may or may not be the guy. May or may not be the guy in the photo here. We don't know. Okay, I have seen suggestions like this on here a number of times. I could not find a source for this claim. Juan at least does not mention this in his video about the release of the swimming photo, which seems unlikely that information was known to him at the time. I did find relevant information that could explain the rumor. Mr. Muazez was friends with Osman. The name is relevant, but I will omit the first name given he appears unrelated to the case. I'm not 100% sure if Muazez is another given name or a surname, but he uses that the last name in his profile. Juan appears to interpret it as a surname. I assume that is the case for now. Juan, someone else found the following post on his Facebook placed in memory of Osman. Note the Chris on the top left, which Juan interprets could only be Chris, K-R-S, K-R-I-S, but it's spelled C-R-I-S-S. That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. So this is a screenshot here. Huh. Also note that Moises is the same name that of a waiter that Ingrid says serves the girls. Ingrid says waitress, but this could be a mistake, given she calls them he later in the same post. It is also not clear if Ingrid is using a given name or surname here from her post. I would guess given name, but either is possible. We can't rule out that Moises knew Chris and had entered her name incorrectly into his phone. However, it is also possible that Chris, C-R-I-S-S, is someone Moises knew actually called C-R-I-S-S. For example, the C-R-I-S-S he has or had on his Facebook. Juan notes this but dismissed it for one reason. She is a mother of 4. It's not like they are friends or in touch. You know, what's kind of weird, though, like, how popular is the name C-R-I-S-S? I didn't look into how many children she had. I don't think it's relevant, but she would be a young woman at the time. She apparently had 3,600 friends, which was Juan's other reason for him to dismiss this. She had so many friends she probably didn't even see Moises' posts. I was not able to verify the number of friends, but was able to find that she at least knew Moises enough to interact at least once with his profile in 2014. People can make their own judgment on the most likely explanation for this C-R-I-S-S. So how does it go from C-R-I-S-S being K-R-I-S-S, K-R-I-S being on Moises' phone to K-R-I-S being on Osman's phone? This appears to come from Juan's video, Chris and Lizanne 2020. Chris was C-R-I-S-S on Osman's phone, where he states, Moises put K-R-I-S in his phone, introduced her to Osman as well, if he wasn't already joined by him there, and then they had a lovely time together. There is no further discussion around Chris being in Osman's phone in the video, as far as I can tell. The above statement seems to be Juan's reason for the title of his video. No evidence is presented or even suggested that either a KRIS or CRISS were on Osman's phone. Now, how crazy would it be if one of the girls in the video wasn't, if this is not Kremers and Froon, is this a different CRISS? I mean, that coincidence would be too extreme. I couldn't find any connection between CRISS and the swimming photo. It is possible it's a combination of two of Juan's speculation. That CRISS was in Osman's phone and the photo was on Osman's phone, which has turned into the swimming photo being under the name CRISS in Osman's phone. So, look at this here. So this is Osman, and looky here on what kind of a hat he's wearing here. Look at this. That looks like the same hat, doesn't it? What are the chances that Osman here, who ends up dead, went swimming with a redhead and a brunette that wasn't Chris and Lizanne? Summary: the source of the photo is Juan, who got it from an unspecified Canadian source, who in turn got it from an unknown to us and seemingly also to Juan's source. The origin of the rumor that the photo was from Osmond's phone appears to come from Juan, suggesting this is a possibility. As far as I can tell, he does not even claim his source for the photo said this was the case. The relationship between the photo and a CRISS appears like it may have been made up by merging together different speculations by Juan, and these speculations themselves appear to have no substantial basis. I no longer believe that the hat in the swimming photo is a match for the one Osmond is pictured wearing. Kinda looks like a match. I mean, it's definitely could be a match. You can't rule it out because it looks so similar. But this is what I mean about the controlled nature of this sham subreddit, Kremer's Froom. A commenter here says that CRISS in Spanish is short for KRIS or CHRIS, and that Hispanic people often spell phonetically. There's also rumors that Osmond was out of sorts in the days following the disappearance. Some people speculate that if this photo was taken the day before, it's possible that these local gang members may have hung out with the girls and then didn't harm them. And if somebody else harmed them, cannibal locals or whoever, because there was a lot of bodies, there was a lot of body parts and skeletons belonging to many other people found in the same area. What if these gang members weren't responsible for their deaths? I mean, you have to say, I mean, they're definitely, you know, persons of interests at the top of the list if this is Chris and Lizanne in the photo. But why would everybody be covering for them? I mean, there's so many problems here. A poster on the subreddit said, "We talked to locals." All right, let me screenshot this. Also, Osmond was part of the Cineproc search party. Huh. That's interesting. So this gang member is part of the search party for the girls and may have appeared in a photo with the girls. And had met them prior. That's curious. Alright, so here's another post here. So this is the post in question that I was just reading on the subreddit. We talked to the locals, and even one of the gang members said he said it's one of their own. It is highly likely to be Lorenzo and the tour guide F with his assistants. The hard part is gathering actual evidence, which is hard, seeing how most were destroyed, and not only that the locals refused to talk, as the police were paid off by the cartel. That same gang member that we talked to back in 2016, he died from an accident in 2019. Seems to be no shortage of that. Let me bring up the timeline. Perhaps now's a good time to bring up the timeline. So this is just absolutely mind-shocking here. So look at this here. April 1st, the calls, the sun sets here. April 2nd, the emergency calls. April 3rd. Okay. Osmond Valenzuela supposedly died on the 4th. And he was part of the search before that. His body's found on the 5th, which also happens to be the last successful pin entry on the 5th. So on the 4th, I mean, this is just unbelievable here. So the following year, so almost the exact anniversary, Jorge Rivera Miranda, his body is found on April 4th, 2015. Osmond is estimated to have died on the 4th, found on the 5th. His death makes the news on April 6th. The other curiosity here is for this photo, the reason that the girls are so low in the water is because they're not wearing tops. And that's curious that the bras were found in the backpack, as if they weren't wearing them, which would make it very, very chilling if something happened to them immediately following this photo. Did they perhaps hang out with these gang members, and then if the gang members made certain advances that they rebuffed, did they pay with their lives for it, and all of this was set up after the fact? After that fact, and all of this was covered up. I mean, I suppose it's possible there could have been some genuine accident too. Like, let's say they're slipping. Let's say, I don't know exactly what kind of location this is, but is it possible there could have been an accident on the rocks and they fell here and got injured here? And maybe the guys didn't intend to kill them, but then covered it up after the fact, or they were. I mean, it just, for some reason, there's just an air of nefarious activity around all of this. So, did they get injured rebuffing the advances of these guys? So, if there's 3 guys, I mean, I suppose we shouldn't fall for false dichotomy fallacies. Is it possible the person taking the photo is a woman? And they felt more comfortable getting into a vehicle with a woman and 2 guys instead of 3 guys? I don't know, just thinking out loud here. Clark says, never spoke directly with in-laws about the case. I could certainly ask. My father-in-law did mention the existence of cannibalistic indigenous, possibly some of the subsect fusion of Kuna and Santeria. Well, yeah, I don't know exactly what kind of gang this is. Yeah, maybe just local thuggery. Not, not. I don't think anybody's alleging this is MS-13 level or anything like that. I mean, there's just something eerie about this entire case, and none of it makes any sense. There's also one other major issue here. Let me see if I can find it. This is one of the biggest mind shocks. Let me see if I can find it here. Well, now I can't seem to find it right now. Man, just 1 second here. There was a very, very damning photo, and I can't seem to find it now. What the heck? So just to recap, there were 13 DNA samples taken of the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. DNA was found only in 3 of the samples. 2 different women and 1 man, never identified, and the DNA samples did not match Chris and Lizanne. There was also an insider talking about a local drug called scopolamine, devil's breath. You know anything about that, Clark? Also interesting, the jean shorts had no trace of bodily fluid or skin cells of any type. That's curious, especially if those are not her shorts. I'm having trouble finding... There's something really, really big I wanted to show, but okay, we're going to have to do that in the next episode. So I'll just put another video. This is one of the potential smoking guns here. This is a video uploaded by locals August 30th, 2014 by a friend of Henry and Osmond. Make of this video what you will.
Otra con otro. ¡Vámonos, Ricky! ¿Qué foto tiene, güey? No, Tira con otra. Ahorita. Otra con otro. ¡Vámonos, Ricky! ¿Qué foto tiene, güey? No, Tira, tira, Juan, otra. Ahorita.
So obviously we don't have context here, but he's just doing weird screams and banging a very large knife on a table. A very large knife. And we don't know what they're talking about. We don't know any of this. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to do another follow-up episode. I mean, there's still so much to go over, but this has been over 3 hours now. So, is that common, Clark, to just scream and bang a large knife on a table? I mean, obviously we don't know what was being discussed before or after. But yeah, now there'll be a follow-up. It won't be this long this time. I mean, it took me a while to put all this together, but we got plenty more to go over. Clark says it's like the Panamanian version of the rebel yell. Okay, so it's not necessarily... So you wouldn't guess that it's him possibly referencing some murderous activity? So perhaps this is not damning, but who knows? But thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of MindShock True Crime. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Missing in Panama series. The disappearance of Chris Kremers and Lizanne Froon in Panama. Under some very strange circumstances that a lot of coincidence theorists pretend are not strange. But here on MindShock, we upturn every stone, examine every single possible variable and theory that has been put forth on the interwebs, attempting to not fall for any logical fallacies in the meantime, unlike any other podcast or documentary out there. Again, in an attempt all to solve the case definitively, because there's so many problems with this case. From the timeline to the alleged remains being recovered, to the testing on the remains, the timeline of the remains, and just the investigation as a whole, just incredibly problematic from every angle. So, this is, of course, episode 4. We'll be continuing our examinations in the local gang theory. And this strange photograph of women who may or may not be Chris and Lizanne in this swimming photo. And the strange amount of deaths that occurred of individuals supposedly in this photo or associated with. I mean, very, very strange. I mean, the coincidence stack a mile high, but of course the coincidence theorists write it all off as mere coincidence. But those with critical thinking abilities and those who understand what logic and reason is can examine deeper, which is what we do on MindShock. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct and keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless, of course, you're with us here live, then drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. So we're going to pick up pretty much where we left off. Unless anybody has any questions right off the bat here, make sure you've checked out the previous episodes. So, okay, we're going to go to the channel, which did a lot of investigation here. We went over one of their videos in the previous episode. We'll be going over part 2 here with even more information here on the local gang theory.
Al pasar el tiempo y con las búsquedas sin resultado, hemos pensado que hay un crimen detrás de esto. Pensamos que puede haber un grupo de personas que se las llevó sin su consentimiento.
I'm also, let me bring up the visual graphic of what happened here with these strange deaths, which the coincidence theorists claim is all mere coincidence. So, yeah, as you can see here, this is the timeline of the photos, lost cell signals, emergency calls. We've gone over this all on the first 3 episodes. I'm not going to go over all of this again. But here in red, you see all the strange deaths popping up and how they align with the timeline of the case, which is very, very curious here. So I'm just going to leave this up here as this video is going to go more into these particular individuals.
De aquí en adelante surgen rumores. Uno de ellos es que pudieron ser interceptadas por desconocidos.
Para mí ellas no están aquí, la tienen que haber trasladado a otro lado. Esperemos, ¿verdad?, que Dios quiera, pues, y sea indicio, pero sí está difícil este caso, ya digo, porque si hubiera estado dentro de la montaña nosotros ya la hubiéramos encontrado.
Por varios días el tema del plagio de las jóvenes tomaba fuerza ante la infructuosa búsqueda en el área boscosa. Pero una tercera pista apunta a posible asalto contra estas turistas. Esta no sería la primera vez. De hecho, aseguran que hace unos meses una pareja de esposos fue atacada cuando hacían este recorrido.
Se está dando la situación de que indígenas que residen en las áreas observan.
So this is really interesting. So these local news reports that the coincidence theorists all pretend are all like fabricated, they're saying that indigenous people actually assault them? And that this happened to a married couple shortly before? I mean, that's curious. That's definitely curious. One of the theories is, of course, that the girls observed something they should not have, and that led to some kind of situation.
A los turistas al momento de llegar. Cuando salen del área los asaltan, ya sea con arma blanca, y les quitan todo lo de valor que estos llevan con ellos.
¿Qué pasó en el sendero El Pianista? Mudo testigo de la desaparición de Chris y Lisa, jóvenes holandesas de visita en Panamá. ¿Trata con fines sexuales, privadas de libertad o en manos de la mafia?
Pasado el primer mes, hay pocos datos concretos. La unidad de análisis de casos complejos del Ministerio Público intervino. Muchos temen que la desaparición de ellas va mucho más allá de los bosques profundos.
Comenta que es sumamente raro que chicas como estas se hayan desaparecido de esa forma sin dejar ninguna pista de nada. Por lo menos alguna huella, si ellas perdieron el sendero, al pasar tal vez alguna cerca o algo, algún trozo de la ropa de ellos, pudiese haberse notado.
Con las búsquedas ya se hubieran encontrado.
Con las búsquedas se hubieran encontrado. Yo, para mí, no tardaba más de una semana por muchos problemas que hubiera habido, que las chicas se hubieran accidentado y si hubiera por los animales, por cosas, no hubiera visto la presencia de gallotes, de cosas, y se hubiera encontrado. O sea, parte de su pertenencia o lo que hubiera sido, pero se hubiera encontrado. Ya para mí ahí tiene que haber algo, tiene que haber participación de la gente en algo que no es bueno.
Las situaciones que pudiéramos estar enfrentando y que no se puede descartar es que pudiesen haber sido agredidas y trasladadas a otro sitio y después ocurrir otras acciones que hasta el momento impidan su ubicación real.
Al principio pensábamos que había subido al sendero y no encontraron el camino para volver a casa y se quedaron perdidas en el sendero. Pero al pasar el tiempo y con las búsquedas sin resultado, hemos pensado que hay un crimen detrás de esto. Pensamos que puede haber un grupo de personas que se las llevó sin su consentimiento. Estamos muy preocupados por saber lo que ha pasado. Lo que más nos preocupa es que alguien se las haya llevado con fines nada buenos. Nos preocupa muchísimo. Y que aquí hay dos personas que están sufriendo muchísimo, que son padres. Esas personas que saben algo más de dónde están ubicadas esas dos chicas.
Uiteindelijk als je naar boven klimt en je bent verdwaald, dan hoef je eigenlijk op het moment dat je een berg opgaat, hoef je maar één weg terug en dat is terug naar beneden. Het is niet zo dat je, als je in een uitgebreid vlakterrein verdwaalt, dan is dat een stuk lastiger. Op een berg ga je gewoon terug naar beneden, dus die kans is ook niet zo heel erg groot. Dus dan blijft er niet zo heel veel scenario's, maar de kans is toch groot, wat ik net aangeef, dat ze op de terugweg de verkeerde zijn tegengekomen, dat ze misschien in een auto zijn meegenomen, tegen hun wil of meegelokt. En dat er toch een misdrijf in het spel is. En dan kun je denken aan een levensdelict, een zedendelict.
My men say, no be here. But in my heart, maybe that is some hope. It's maybe a little possibility.
Manuel Burak wordt door de gemeente elke dag de bergen ingestuurd om te zoeken naar sporen van Lisanne en Chris. Hij zoekt met heel zijn hart, maar weet eigenlijk ook dat wat hij doet zinloos is.
I try maybe some people with the bad intention maybe take the girl, you know.
Otro testigo que las ve estaba en la tienda Nelita. Eran las 3:30 y cuenta que una de las chicas se veía enferma.
Me encontraba aquí en esta tiendita atendiendo a los clientes, pero en el momento yo estaba, eran como las 2:30, 3 de la tarde cuando las muchachas bajaron, sí. Pero aún así bajó la más gordita que iba en una licra negra y la otra la alcancé a ver pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho.
Yeah, again, very telling that the entire timeline is kind of put into question with some of these sightings, as if they had already returned from their hike. If so, who picked them up and where did they go after?
Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
De los hechos, Expedientes Nets pudo constatar que hay un letrero que tiene el nombre de los dos senderos, el pianista y sendero de lino, y que es usual que algunos taxistas y turistas se confundan, por lo que no es difícil asumir que las chicas fueron dejadas allí al principio, pensando que este era el sendero que querían visitar. Dueño de la casa de Pedro las ve. El testigo que prefirió hablar fuera de cámara nos contó que las vio llegar y le preguntaron si ese era el sendero del pianista, pero él les contestó que no, que era el sendero Piedra de Lino y que este era muy bonito porque se podía ver Boquete entero. Las chicas, refiere el testigo, ingresaron al sendero de Piedra de Lino y como 15 minutos después las vio bajar, por lo que les preguntó si habían subido y dijeron que sí. Pero el testigo reitera que sabía que éstas no habían llegado a la cima porque hacerlo tomaba más de 45 minutos. Expedientes Nets investigó el recorrido de Lisan y Cris ese lunes. La mañana había estado soleada y cerca del mediodía, el primer registro de su presencia se da en el sendero de Alto Lino. ¿Y qué te acuerdas de ella? ¿Qué fue lo que viste de ella?
Bueno, como yo estaba aquí, yo o sea, no reparo la persona, bueno, solamente veo la cara porque ella pasó y me dijo. Sí, sí. Y entonces no reparé más, o sea, no reparo porque esto es un sendero de los turismos y
¿Iban solas?
solo, sí.
Hay dos testimonios, entre estos el del taxista, que señalan que tiempo después de la subida de estas muchachas, vieron un vehículo todoterreno, llegan al acto.
De aanpak door de opsporingsinstanties. Die hebben te lang de zaak eigenlijk beschouwd als een mogelijk ongeval of een mogelijke verdwaling en hebben niet ingezet op het echte goed opsporingsonderzoek. En dat is, daar is hele cruciale tijd verloren gegaan. Binnen een aantal uren of dagen, maar liefst nog sneller, moet je dan toch ook wel gewoon getuigen echt goed intensief gaan verhoren. Je moet technisch onderzoek doen, je moet onderzoek doen naar telefoon.
De cómo se vaya a perder una muchacha por este sendero que era tranquilo antes. Y eso pone a la gente a pensar y mucha gente ya no quiere subir por ahí porque piensa que todas las veces que eso van a...
These are the photos that we have.
Estas son las fotos que tenemos.
Okay, so this is the river. Yes, you saw these?
Había visto esto. Esta es la. She says that's up in Pianista. On the other side.
On the other side of where?
Oh, the divide. He says it's on that side. It's on their side.
He's saying that is on the Buquete side of the Continental Divide. Well, I just want to get this super clear. This photo is not taken on this side of the divide.
Esta foto no es tomada de este lado. No.
The official story is that the girls hiked the Pianista Trail to the Continental Divide and then continued onto the Serpent Trail and then died at the Monkey Bridge. But Luis knows these trails better than anyone, and he says without a doubt that this photo was taken hours after the girls reached the Continental Divide and shows them hiking on the Pianista Trail back towards Buquete. And that means that they would have never even gone to the Serpent Trail.
La otra la alcancé a ver, pero cuando iba allá abajo, porque la otra iba por este lado. Pero no pudo, se fue por allá, porque como la piedra era suelta, la muchacha se fue de largo y allá en la vuelta fue que se logró ver nada más. Sí, lo que sí que la que iba aquí iba bien agobiada, bien estropeada, parece de caminar mucho. Y sí, contenta sí, pero de ahí no le puedo decir si las muchachas bajaron hasta el pueblo, se devolvieron en un taxi. Si bajaron en taxi, no sé, pero yo hasta la vuelta la alcancé a ver.
Others stating that they saw the girls return from their hike. One local resident, an American, states that the girls came back and asked him how to get back into town and where to get a taxi.
So who's following here? Allegedly. So, huh. The second time, see, yeah, there's some kind of major issue. There's definitely some kind of major issue with the timeline. So the allegations here, the different hairstyles and the anomalies, so to speak, with all the photos. There's something off about everything here. Yeah, this is curious here. Who's wearing the backpack on the way there, the way back, and the hairstyle? So the theory here put forth in this video is that they were approached by Henry and Jose and accompanied by Osman. Now, the theory is that they returned to their host family's house first to get the swimsuits. The allegation is that tour guide F went back to the house here and rearranged things to seem like they never returned from the hike. So is this a case of tour guide F and his family somehow trying to possibly throw blame to anywhere and everywhere other than themselves, regardless of who's responsible? Like, for example, tour guide F might have not had anything to do with anything directly, but perhaps either his son or other people, other family members. So that's why there were certain comments about natives, etc. And this is a curiosity because the stop at the pharmacy where just coincidentally the CCTV footage goes missing, this is Jorge's mother owns the pharmacy. I mean, the amount of coincidence here is insane. And of course, Jorge, one of the strange deaths afterwards, April 6th. I mean, this is tough. This is tough. And Caldera Springs is 45-minute drive from Boquete. So now this is really creepy because according to this theory, the first calls would have been from the vehicle as they're driving when they get a bad feeling about all this. So the calls are made 12 minutes apart, not consistent with an emergency. Yeah, that's an interesting point here, too. from the time the first emergency calls were made, there are no cliffs, ravines, or slopes where they could have fallen or gotten hurt. Just in terms of the timeline here. So this theory is that the photo at the springs is the deleted photo. Supposedly, the swimming photo was recovered from Osman Valenzuela's cell phone after his death. The photo was saved under the name Chris with a C in Osman's phone. After Osman's death, Henry posted this on Facebook. So I actually mentioned this, I think, in episode 1, that it's definitely odd that everybody knows everybody. From the tour guide, the school where they were supposed to work, the host family. Everybody knows everybody and the tour guides. Here they're saying that tour guide F actually gave the girls a ride from the school to the host family home. Yeah, this is all just way too creepy. Here it's stating that Bocas del Toro is known as Narco Island because of the amount of drug traffickers that freely roam the streets.
Ik dacht ook dat Boquete zo'n mooi idyllisch dorpje was in een schitterende vallei. Maar als je werkelijk daar achter de schermen kijkt, dan is daar van alles aan de hand. De cocaïne, die daar dus vrijelijk te verkrijgen valt. En de georganiseerde misdaad die daar toch ook zich gevestigd.
Yeah, I mean, audio's here. I'm just letting this video play, but... Yeah, I mean, the coincidence stack is pretty high with Henry here. He's familiar with the Caldera Springs area. He's a hiker. I mean, all the connections to the tour guides. I mean, this is not looking good. Wow, so the allegation here is that Plinio is the tourist spotter for a cartel? Wow. Interesting. The allegations here, quite mind-shocking.
Het is gewoon door de decennia heen, door de eeuwen heen, een verbinding, ook als boeketten.
Al río donde se encontraron las cosas está aproximadamente a 2 días desde aquí.
Andando si sabes.
Si sabe el camino exacto, 2 días.
No.
No puedo decir que pudo haber sucedido. Un área muy difícil para caminar. Es un área que tiene mucho lodo, lugares que resbalan, muchos cañones, ríos. En estas áreas cualquier cosa puede suceder.
Son las 6 de la mañana y me encuentro acá en Boquete, justo al sendero que conduce al área del pianista. Un área. Voy con un guía, el señor Ezequiel Miranda, que tiene años de conocer el sector, es guía y también conservacionista.
Yeah, this is really curious. Coincidental, some might say. All these people know each other that just so happen to be at the areas where the girls had been. I mean, I don't know. The coincidence stack here is just so high. Like, they definitely could have crossed paths with some shady individuals, and all these shady individuals know each other? Like, how much crime is there in the area? And I would like to know how many bodies normally show up. Like, is this unusual here with the timeline? Like, these happen to be people that are implicated here with connection to the girls. How many other bodies have popped up? And, I mean, do bodies always pop up? Or do they never pop up? In which case, this would be that much more coincidental. So here they're implicating the director of the Arua school. See, I don't know if I would go that far. Perhaps this was done without their knowledge. Because apparently other Dutch tourists have been there successfully. So, I mean, it's kind of weird for this to be set up that much. I mean, I don't know. Some people are pointing to the fact that this was all set up from the get-go, but I don't know. I don't know. Court of public opinion in the chat. What do you think here? I mean, people definitely call me a conspiracy theorist. I mean, I'm definitely not a coincidence theorist, but for the director of the entire school to be complicit, that's again, I'm not going to appeal to incredulity and say it's impossible. It seems to me that this could have potentially been more of a crime of opportunity by some local scumbags that may have had family connections that have helped cover it up from them, as opposed to staged from the get-go. It's tough, though. It's tough. I mean, it's creepy either way. Court of public opinion says because she gave them the idea they had a job, but they didn't. It could have potentially just been some cross-communication wires. Because didn't other people have a job there? So, I mean, it's probably not the most organized place in the world. So, you know, every now and then, you know, there could be things, you know, communication problems. It's so difficult to, I mean, for them to have staged it that far out, I just don't know. I just don't know. Like, local scumbags who happen to have family connections with all these places just, you know, wanted to maybe party with the girls and not even harm them, but when the girls weren't down for their type of partying, things could have went wrong fast. Also, regardless of how much of a scumbag tour guide F is, if he is a scumbag, would he be setting up his son to murder tourists? I mean, I don't know. I think it's more, it just seems, again, fallacies or not, sometimes I commit fallacies, I try not to. It just seems, would a father be setting up Dutch tourist girls to be specifically murdered or trafficked by his son? You know, especially somebody that well known. I mean, many Dutch tourists have hiked this area. They left reviews for Tour Guide F. Some of them are good reviews. Some of them say he was creepy and did creepy stuff. But those people all returned home. So, yeah, I don't know that this was all some elaborate setup from the get-go. Whereas it seems like if, you know, some of these scumbag gang members, if things got out of hand, potentially their family members would have covered for them, possibly begrudgingly. Like, they didn't want to cover for them, but they just didn't want this to, you know, spiral out of control in an international incident, whatever. So they did what they did. Obviously, no excuse, but to just group everybody together as if they're all setting up these girls to be killed or trafficked, I mean, I don't know. And this is the only time they've ever done that? Like, how many other young tourists have gone missing here? Supposedly, not many. Maybe like one guy. I think there was one missing guy. Yeah, this photo is a curiosity. They're alleging here the only purpose for the swimming photo is for Henry to have leverage. Everyone in this photo would turn up dead within a year of this photo being taken. Yeah, I don't know how leverage would work. Is it possible they just took the photo again because they were having fun in the moment? Not for leverage, because look how blurry it is. I mean, it's kind of tough to definitively confirm. I mean, the guys kind of look like the guys, but these two girls may or may not be them, but it's just too blurry. So I don't know if this is an entire elaborate setup with leverage photos and absolutely everybody being in on everything. But that doesn't mean that these gang members didn't do something. Now, I don't know where they're getting this information from. Shortly after the swimming photo was taken, the group was packing to leave when Henry and Jose pulled out guns. Osmond had a machete. Like, where's this information coming from? Is this like second or third hand testimony? They wouldn't even necessarily need guns, right? They could just pull out knives. Originally, the gang were supposed to immediately deliver the girls to Plinio Montenegro and his associate, where the girls would be trafficked through Bocas del Toro to Costa Rica and sold into a human trafficking network. But Henry had other ideas. Okay, so why these two particular girls to traffic? And are there other tourists that were trafficked that simply were not reported missing or reported missing from a different area because they never said where they were going? I mean, we don't really know, but it's just tough. This is just a one-off. I mean, it seems kind of weird. Or if these are kind of newer, younger gang members, perhaps they were trying to branch out into human trafficking and this was going to be their first trafficking job? I mean, I don't know. Court of Public Opinion says, I heard it wasn't them in the pic, not the girls. There were other Dutch girls he liked and partied with. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because supposedly the other redhead, there was another redhead he partied with, but she was like really heavyset and older. Like someone did photo comparisons. So I don't know if it's that easy to dismiss the photo. It might be them. Henry and Jose forced the girls to walk behind the tree line. Osmond would object because it wasn't part of the plan. Once the girls made it behind the tree line, they were forced to take their clothes off. At this time, Henry and Jose would begin to sexually assault the girls. Chris would fight back, causing Henry to hit Chris in the head with a gun, leaving a deep cut in the right side of her head. Osmond wanted no part in the assault and returned to the car. Henry and Jose took turns with the girls. This is dark stuff. Hopefully that's not true. The girls were then forced to walk a short distance to an abandoned cabin where they were to be held. Henry then left to return his father's off-road vehicle and contact Plinio. By this time, Plinio's associate grew suspicious because the girls hadn't arrived and he backed out, forcing Plinio to back out because he couldn't transport the girls alone. See, some kind of weird situation with things going wrong. Now, this is a little bit more possible in terms of... See, even in the Amy Bradley case, like a lot of goofs hallucinate, oh, it definitely wasn't some kind of human trafficking plan from the get-go. Well, who said it was? Some kind of sexual assault gone wrong, and then if you don't want to kill the victims, would you just try to find someone to traffic them instead because you don't want to be a murderer? I mean, there's you know, among the scumbag... I mean, there's all sorts of different types of scumbags. There's scumbags that'll assault people, but they don't want to murder people. So they'd rather just, you know, sell people, try to make money. They don't want to murder people. That's a certain line for certain scumbags that they just don't want to cross that line. Especially if, I mean, it's weird. It's weird. So things going wrong is totally believable regardless of what happened. Murphy's Law. It's weird. Like, coincidence theorists have never heard of Murphy's Law. They always spam false dichotomies. Either it was a complete setup from the get-go, or it was just, you know, accidental. Like, they just don't have the mental capacity to understand that things go wrong. Plans change even for criminals. This would leave Henry in a situation where he'd have to decide the girl's fate. Osmond set up camp outside the cabin, leaving Jose alone inside with the girls. Henry wouldn't return to the cabin the next day. Following morning, Chris asked Jose to use the bathroom. Jose, how does this person know this? I mean, these are kind of creepy details where you would just think to write them off. But if it was some kind of an account, even if it was a rumor, there's certain specifics here that are very creepy. Jose took Chris into the jungle, told Osmond to watch out for Lizanne. Osmond stayed outside the cabin. Lizanne took advantage of the opportunity, retrieved her cell phone from the backpack that it was in the front room of the cabin. April 2nd, 6:58 a.m. call. Lizanne places a call to Dutch Emergency Services. After Jose escorted Chris to the back room of the cabin, went outside to speak with Osmond, which turned into a small argument. Osmond walks off, leaving Jose alone. Osmond rejected the Osmond rejected the idea, didn't want to return to any part of the new situation. After the argument, Jose... I hope this is all not true. This is terrible. Supposedly further assaults here. Chris starts to attempt a second emergency call. Jose and Lizanne return to the cabin. Chris immediately tried to power down the phone. In the process, she accidentally took the screenshot at 8:14 a.m. 10:53 a.m. April 2nd attempts to call Lizanne. Okay, Lizanne attempts another call. 1:56. Short period of time later, Henry returns accompanied by Jorge. They would bring food and supply. Jorge informed Henry about Osmond. They both felt Osmond was a loose end, had to be dealt with. Osmond knew the location, so they decided to move the girls to a cave. Jose and Jorge would stay at the cave, watch the girls. Henry would leave and pick up Heriberto to help him search for Osmond. The following video is proof of their stay at the cave. It shows evidence recovered by the search parties, which was dismissed by Panamanian authorities.
Alejada del camino y en el mismo lugar había una especie como un refugio, como una pequeña cueva y en donde se ve que las personas estuvieron sentadas ahí.
¿Qué encontraron?
Objetos comestibles, galletas, jugo y otro tipo de elementos como picaronas se encontraron en ese lugar.
¿Y un pelo también?
Sí, se encontró un cabello con una plantilla de zapatillas, pero no estamos seguros que sean de ellos, por eso que estamos investigando.
Bueno, aquí he podido encontrar esta bolsa con unas galletas, jugo, un cartón de papaya, jugo de papaya con piña. Por aquí hay bastante paquetes, pan.
And no gloves or anything. I mean, the scene's completely contaminated, but you probably still could get DNA off of it. I mean, did they never test any of this stuff for DNA?
Y una suela de no pareciera de zapato, o no sé si de zapatilla. Aquí la pueden encontrar. Como la pueden ver, aquí hay un limpio. Y ahí se encuentra esto. Ahorita mismo me encuentro como a 2-3 kilómetros de la Pandura.
On the night of April 2nd, Henry and Heriberto finally catch up with Osmond. Osmond was picked up by Henry and Heriberto, driven to a discreet location where struggle broke out. Osmond was then drowned by Henry and Heriberto. Yeah, these are very specific details. I wonder how this person knows all this. Osmond reported missing April 3rd by his family. Body later found in the river. Following morning, April 3rd, Lazan would ask to use the restroom. After Lazan was escorted out of the cave, Chris would turn on her phone and attempt to reach emergency services. I mean, this kind of does explain some of the calls, like, in the timeline of the calls, but... April 3rd, 9:33 a.m., Chris places a call to emergency services. Last attempt. With Osmond out of the way, Henry now has to decide Chris and Lazan's fate. This is when Heriberto suggested that Henry contact Vega, who would put Henry in contact with Edwin, son of the Saberson family, the owners of the restaurant where the girls had brunch. Edwin and Saberson family had connections to local cartels in Costa Rica, and Bocas del Toro dealt in organ harvesting. Yeah, I think I mentioned this. The movie Turistas is pretty creepy. Morning of April 3rd, Vega arranges a meeting. At the conclusion of the meeting, there was an agreement reached. Agreement was for Henry to deliver one set of human lungs. Morning, April 10th, undisclosed location. They were delivered, wasn't disclosed whose lungs it was. Details what happened between April 3rd and April 10th. I'm looking further into the missing days. We'll make a follow-up video for our part 3 conclusion.
Je zou toch langzamerhand verwachten dat er iemand komt.
Voor losgeld. Ja, maar we denken kidnap inderdaad om losgeld. Maar vader bedoelt meer kidnap, ontvoering.
Vrouwenhandel.
Oh, precies.
Vrouwenhandel.
Okay, now we're firmly in MINDSHOCK land. Most of the details in this video was provided by a single key witness. The female witness that provided this information fled to Costa Rica to seek help from authorities, where she was and is the only witness to step forward. She was dating one of the parties involved with the girl's abduction and provided key info that was ultimately suppressed by the Panamanian government. Yeah, because those are a lot of specific details. The next video is the Attorney General, Betsaida Pitti, speaking about the witness that provided information in this video.
Miren, había unos testigos que estaban en Costa Rica que me preguntaban nosotros si íbamos a hacer asistencia judicial. Ya se le tomó la declaración del testigo. Ella ha manifestado ciertas situaciones que, sabe, pues todavía estamos en la investigación, en la cierre sumario, que nosotros vamos a confirmar.
We hebben met hem over gesproken en hij heeft daar ook afgelopen maandag in de Telegraaf wel iets over gezegd. Hij denkt inderdaad aan een kidnap. Hij zegt, ik denk dat het zo is, maar eigenlijk is het zo, hij hoopt dat het zo is. Want hij hoopt dat er sprake is van een kidnap waarbij die meisjes zijn meegenomen. Misschien, laten we zeggen, om te worden verhandeld. Hè, want dat gebeurt natuurlijk. Het gebeurt ook in Panama, mensenhandel. Of om losgeld. Dat hoopt die man heel erg en dat begrijp ik. Dat hoopt die man heel erg en dat begrijp ik.
Sí, han asaltado, sí, eso se lo sabe la policía y todo.
¿Han asaltado?
Sí, sí.
¿Extranjeros asaltan?
Sí, sí.
¿Cómo los asaltan? Explíqueme.
Yeah, I don't know if there's actually a part 3 what was posted, which is creepy. Because if this featured all the details from the witness... Yeah, I don't see part 3. I'll keep digging, but I do not see part 3 posted. So what does everybody think here? I mean, this really does... Huh. Court of Public Opinion says, if it were me, an emergency number didn't work, I'd at least text someone and attempt to have it on record. Do we know that they didn't text and the texts were deleted or whatnot? Do we know that? But yeah, I mean, the coincidence stack here is so high. I mean, it's rough. Just look at this timeline here. I mean, how do coincidence theorists cope with this timeline? All these people that are... I mean, if you're saying, okay, it's not the girls in the swimming photo, but you still have these gang members associated with the tour guides that they interacted with. So, and the school and the host family. So you still have all those connections, and the pharmacy, and the suspiciously deleted CCTV footage, and the restaurant where they had brunch. Like, you still have this web of connections, even if it's not them in that photo. But the timeline of the photo coming to light is very curious as well, so, yeah. So that's it for now. I mean, we're going to be continuing to examine the case. I'll see if part 3 is ever available. Court of Public Opinion says, I think no part 3 is sinister. Yeah, almost as somebody was gotten to before they could upload it. They shouldn't have announced that they were going to upload it. But if it was posted, I'll dig it up. I'll spend some time looking for it. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us for another edition of MindShock True Crime in the Missing in Panama series, The Disappearance of Chris Kremers and Lizanne Froon. Clearly a lot more to the case than on the surface. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.